Chapter 3269. How arrogant! Huang Lunan was completely enraged by Duan Ling Tian's words. Flames rose from his body as though he had transformed into a flaming man. Huang Lunan had comprehended the law of fire. Moreover, his cultivation base had already broken through to the level of a 6-combo celestial lord, and he had also comprehended 5 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. For this reason, he was confident he could do what Duan Ling Tian had done in the first round of the new disciples' assessment. Duan Ling Tian, today, I'll let you know that a prodigious disciple's dignity is not to be trifled with, Huang Lunan said coldly as he transformed into a ball of flames and shot out, leaving behind a scorching aura in the air. Even the disciples from the heavenly pool palace who were standing far away could feel the heat from Huang Lunan's energy. Although Huang Lunan is ranked 10th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 and 300, his strength is not far from the top few prodigious disciples. That's right, Huang Lunan has not always been ranked 10th. In the past, he was ranked 6th at most. Huang Lunan is still very strong. It's going to be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to become a prodigious disciple. Many disciples from the heavenly pool palace whispered among themselves as Huang Lunan made his move. However, in the next moment, the expressions on their faces completely froze. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, when Huang Lunan approached Duan Ling Tian, it was as though he had bumped into something in the air. His entire body came to a halt as he tried to move forward with all his might. However, he was completely helpless. Then, he tried to move in another direction, but it was to no avail. Humph! Do you think you can restrain me with your spatial shackles? Huang Lunan sneered as he looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar. It was obvious he could tell Duan Ling Tian had cast the law of space's restraining profundity to imprison him in a void, preventing him from leaving. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by a series of loud booms, violent flames swept out from Huang Lunan's body, constantly attacking the spatial prison that imprisoned him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Lunan's entire body was engulfed in flames. The flames took the shape of a cube, and its surface was constantly trembling, as if it could erupt at any moment. Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles can actually withstand Huang Lunan's attacks for so long? No wonder this Duan Lingtian dares to challenge a genius disciple. It seems like he does have some skills. However, judging from the current situation, it won't be difficult for Huang Lunan to break free from his shackles. It's only a matter of time. Just as everyone was whispering, Huang Lunan finally broke free from Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles, and a smug smile appeared on his face. However, the smile on his face quickly froze. The moment he discovered that Duan Lingtian had disappeared from where he stood, his expression changed drastically. Then, the flames on his body burned even more fiercely, as if they were going to burn everything. There was nothing more intense than a raging inferno. Specks of flames rose into the air and transformed into roaring fire dragons. These fire dragons were mainly aimed at the people behind him. Is that all you've got? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian teleported behind Huang Lunan. He struck out with his palm, and the terrifying spatial energy wreaked havoc. It shrouded the roaring fire dragons and turned them into ashes. Bang! After the fire dragons were annihilated, a loud noise reverberated in the air. Huang Lunan was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's palm. He looked slightly wretched. When he finally managed to stabilize himself, Duan Lingtian teleported again and appeared next to him. Bang! Duan Lingtian sent Huang Lunan flying again with a kick. Whoosh! With another teleportation, Duan Lingtian appeared above Huang Lunan, who was sent flying. He raised his hand and struck again, dispersing the celestial origin energy that Huang Lunan did not have time to gather. Bang! 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 Although Huang Lunan tried to resist, every time he tried to gather the celestial origin energy in his body, Duan Lingtian would appear next to him and attack him. Duan Lingtian's speed of gathering celestial origin energy was much faster than Huang Lunan's. This made Huang Lunan feel helpless. How can this be? Huang Lunan was filled with resentment. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have 99 heavenly veins. In terms of gathering celestial origin energy, only someone with 99 heavenly veins could compare to Duan Lingtian. What's going on? Huang Lunan is being completely dominated by Duan Lingtian? That's impossible. How can he not be able to fight back at all? Is he giving in to Duan Lingtian? Is this an inside job? The Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples could not understand Huang Lunan's predicament. In their opinion, Huang Lunan was deliberately giving in to Duan Lingtian. No. If he wants to give in to Duan Lingtian, why can't he just pretend that he's defeated? I think so as well. If he really wants to give in to Duan Lingtian, there's no need for him to keep pretending, right? The Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples shuddered when they saw Huang Lunan's predicament. If they were in Huang Lunan's shoes, they would have admitted defeat a long time ago. Ha ha ha. Hong Fei laughed mockingly. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lu Jian, who was standing nearby, and said with a smile, Lu Jian, it seems like your junior brother isn't good enough. He doesn't even recognize my little junior brother. He's really tenacious. In my opinion, we should just change his name to Huang Xiaochong. What do you think? At this moment, Hong Fei had a smug expression on his face. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Lu Jian's expression darkened when he saw Huang Lunan being tortured by Duan Lingtian. Then, he shouted, enough. However, no one paid any attention to him. Since Huang Lunan did not admit defeat, Duan Lingtian continued to torture Huang Lunan. In fact, it was not that Duan Lingtian wanted to torture Huang Lunan. It was just that after a few rounds, he discovered he was able to cast the profundities from the law of space more smoothly. It was as though he was a baby who had just learned how to speak. This feels good. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt extremely carefree. For this reason, he was not in a hurry to severely injure Huang Lunan. Instead, he only inflicted some minor injuries on Huang Lunan. Ever since he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, he had never been able to attack as freely as he did today. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable. However, compared to Duan Lingtian's comfort, Huang Lunan felt as though he was in an abyss of suffering. If he had been severely injured, he would have admitted defeat long ago. It was precisely because he discovered every time Duan Lingtian attacked him, he only felt intense pain and did not suffer any substantial injuries that he did not admit defeat. Presently, Duan Lingtian had completely occupied the initiative and was suppressing him. He really wanted to turn the situation around. Even if it was only for a moment, he would still be willing to throw in a punch at Duan Lingtian and admit defeat. However, as time passed, Huang Lunan finally lost all hope. Moreover, Lu Jian kept urging him to admit defeat through voice transmission. He had no choice but to admit defeat. I admit defeat. You're admitting defeat just like that? When Duan Lingtian saw Huang Lunan admitting defeat, he frowned as though he wanted to continue. Duan Lingtian, from today onward, you're ranked 10th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old. The Sword Trial Pavilion's elder raised his hand and handed Huang Lunan's identity token to Duan Lingtian before he announced in a clear voice. Then, he reminded Duan Lingtian to drip his blood on the token to claim ownership of the token. All right. At the same time, Duan Lingtian performed the blood ownership claim on the identity token in his hand. The Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were not surprised by this outcome. After all, they had expected this outcome when they saw Duan Lingtian beating up Huang Lunan earlier. Meanwhile, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder was preparing to leave. After all, both of them were disciples of Lei Ying, the Sword Trial Pavilion's pavilion master. Moreover, Lei Jun was the only son of the pavilion master in their time. Elder. Duan Lingtian called out to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder just as he was about to leave. HM? Since the Sword Trial Pavilion elder knew Duan Lingtian and Huan were close, he was polite to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, is there anything else? Elder, now that I've obtained this identity token, I've replaced Huang Lunan as a prodigious disciple. I'm currently ranked 10th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old. If I want to be ranked higher, can I challenge someone who's ranked higher? Duan Lingtian asked without beating around the bush. If you challenge someone who's ranked higher than you You can only challenge someone who's not ranked in the top 3. Even if you're ranked 5th, you can't challenge someone who's ranked 3rd, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder said. Currently, you can only challenge someone who's ranked 4th among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old. You'll only be qualified to challenge someone who's ranked 3rd if you defeat the person who's ranked 4th. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder replied. Is there no other way? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He did not want to go through so much trouble. After all, he only managed to rank 1st among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old after fighting so many prodigious disciples. Once he reached the top, his status in the Heavenly Pool Palace would be greatly elevated. At that time, it would be much easier for him to find Huan Er's parents. What? Duan Lingtian, are you trying to challenge someone who's ranked in the top 3? Naturally, it's not impossible for you to challenge someone who's ranked in the top 3. Lu Jian, who was about to leave with Huang Lunan, sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. You can challenge me if you want. As long as you can defeat me, you can even challenge someone who's ranked 1st among the prodigious disciples, let alone the top 3. A mocking smile appeared on Lu Jian's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Chapter 3270. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at the elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion. The elder's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Lu Jian's words. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he said, Indeed, it's as he said. If a prodigious disciple under the age of 900 wants to challenge the top 3 prodigious disciples in their age group, they only have to fulfill one condition. That is, they have to challenge a prodigious disciple of a higher age group. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion said, as long as they defeat the prodigious disciple, they'll have the opportunity to challenge any prodigious disciple in their age group. They can even challenge the top prodigious disciple. Moreover, they can't refuse the challenge. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion glanced at Lu Jian and said, as for the prodigious disciple who's defeated by a prodigious disciple of a lower age group, not only will he have to hand over his prodigious disciple token, but he'll also lose the opportunity to become a prodigious disciple for the next 100 years. This is because he can't issue an invitation to the Sword Trial Pavilion to challenge any prodigious disciple. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion finished speaking. What do you think? Duan Lingtian, do you want to fight me? Lu Jian grinned from ear to ear. Little junior brother. Ignore him. At this moment, Hong Fei's expression changed when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at Lu Jian. He hastily stopped Duan Lingtian, as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would really challenge Lu Jian. Duan Lingtian. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian will lose the opportunity to become a prodigious disciple for the next 100 years. For this reason, it doesn't matter if the prodigious disciple loses the opportunity to become a prodigious disciple. Unless one of the prodigious disciples surrenders, the other party can't make a move. If the prodigious disciple fails to surrender before he dies, the prodigious disciple won't be held responsible even if he dies. This is also a rule in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion explained patiently. Regardless of life or death, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows, then looked at Lu Jian and asked meaningfully, Why? You, Lu Jian, want to kill me? Lu Jian chuckled. What? Do you dare to challenge me? As his voice faded, the corners of Lu Jian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Little junior brother, since we have obtained the identity of a genius disciple, we can go back now, Hong Fei said to Duan Lingtian. He was very worried that his junior brother would challenge Lu Jian in a fit of anger. Judging from the current situation, his junior brother was definitely a person with a temperament. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tortured Huang Lunan to such an extent just now. This Duan Lingtian. Lei Jun narrowed his eyes at Duan Lingtian. He couldn't help but wish that Duan Lingtian would challenge Lu Jian to a duel. However, he also knew that this was not very realistic. It was basically impossible for Duan Lingtian to challenge Lu Jian, because that would be akin to seeking death. Lu Jian was a prodigious disciple between the ages of 600 and 700. He was an 8-trigram celestial lord, and he had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. His strength was not something his junior brother, Huang Lunan, could compare to. Third junior sister, I don't think your brother Ling Tian dares to challenge Lu Jian. Lei Jun looked at Huan and said with a smile, although Lu Jian's strength is not bad, he's ranked at the bottom of the group of prodigies in his age group. First, Lei Jun said Duan Ling Tian did not dare to challenge Lu Jian. Then, he began to belittle Lu Jian. Naturally, Lei Jun did not want to belittle Duan Ling Tian directly. Instead, he wanted to use Lu Jian to belittle Duan Ling Tian. This was because he knew very well that if he directly belittled Duan Ling Tian, it would only make his little junior sister feel disgusted, and she would gradually drift away from him. However, she did not pay any attention to him. She was no longer the same person she used to be. After experiencing the ways of the world, she had learned many things. For example, how could she not understand Lei Jun's intention to use the Lu clan to belittle Duan Ling Tian? It was precisely because Lei Jun had belittled Duan Ling Tian that she no longer wanted to talk to him, even though he was the only son of her teacher, Leiang. Elder, if I challenge Lu Jian, does that mean I don't have to go through the registration process? Duan Ling Tian asked the elder of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, not only was the elder of the Sword Trial Pavilion stunned, but even the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were stunned. Duan Ling Tian really wanted to challenge Lu Jian? Was he trying to court death? Can't Duan Ling Tian see that Lu Jian is trying to provoke him? He's really going to challenge Lu Jian? Is he out of his mind? Lu Jian is a prodigious disciple between the ages of 600 and 700. Moreover, he's an 8-trigram celestial lord who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. How can Duan Ling Tian defeat him? In my opinion, he must have fallen for Lu Jian's provocation. In the heat of the moment, he decided to challenge Lu Jian. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace shook their heads as they discussed among themselves. They looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at a fool. Lu Jian's eyes lit up. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would fall for his provocation. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian couldn't see through his direct provocation? Little junior brother. Hong Fei's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would fall for his provocation. He quickly sent a voice transmission to dissuade Duan Ling Tian. 6 senior brother, don't worry. Upon hearing Hong Fei's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian merely sent a voice transmission to reassure Hong Fei. He had no intention of changing his mind. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder glanced at Lu Jian and said, if you agree, you don't have to go through the registration process. Elder Qin, I agree. Lu Jian was afraid Duan Ling Tian would go back on his word. He was the first to speak when the Sword Trial Pavilion elder turned to look at him. Duan Ling Tian, let's see if you dare to challenge me or not. After Lu Jian finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a disdainful grin on his face. He was clearly provoking Duan Ling Tian. Elder, I'll challenge him. Duan Ling Tian said bluntly as he looked at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. Duan Ling Tian, you better think this through. Now that you've said this, you won't be able to escape if he removes the identity token and hands it over to me. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder looked at Duan Ling Tian and solemnly reminded him. If it was an ordinary person, he would not have tried to persuade him. However, Duan Ling Tian was not an ordinary person. He was Lei Ying's disciple, the Sword Trial Pavilion master's disciple. I've thought it through. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Lu Jian took out his identity token and handed it over to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder after removing the identity token. Elder Qin, since he's so confident, you should just let him be. If you insist on persuading him, he might be displeased. Lu Jian removed the identity token from his identity token and handed it over to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. As long as he defeated Duan Ling Tian, he would be able to retrieve his identity token. However, if he lost, he would be stripped of his status as a prodigious disciple. Moreover, he would not be able to become a prodigious disciple for 100 years even if he was strong enough. This was to prevent people from deliberately going easy on him. After the Sword Trial Pavilion elder took Lu Jian's identity token, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, your battle with the Lu clan is a battle of life and death. Naturally, you can choose to admit defeat. At that time, Lu Jian won't be able to continue attacking you. Whoosh! After the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder took Lu Jian's identity token, he flew toward one of the prodigy arenas in a streak of golden light and waited for Duan Tian. At this moment, Lu Jian was no longer in a hurry. Since he had handed over his identity token, it was too late for Duan Tian to go back on his word. Naturally, Duan Tian could also admit defeat now. Although many people understood Duan Tian's reason for admitting defeat, his reputation in the Heavenly Pool Palace would be tarnished. Many people would not allow such a thing to happen to his reputation. There was a big difference between admitting defeat without a fight and admitting defeat at the last moment. Elder, does this mean he won't be punished if he kills me before I admit defeat? Even if I kill him before he admits defeat, he won't be punished, right? Duan Tian asked the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder through voice transmission. Upon hearing Duan Tian's question, the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder was taken aback. After a while, he replied through voice transmission, "That's right." After replying to Duan Tian through voice transmission, the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder's heart skipped a beat. Why is Duan Tian asking me this? Could it be that he intends to kill Lu Jian? While the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder was still puzzled, Duan Tian teleported and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was standing opposite Lu Jian in the prodigy arena. Little junior brother. Hong Fei's expression changed drastically. He had been trying to persuade Duan Tian through voice transmission, but Duan Tian had ignored him. Apart from replying to him in the beginning, Duan Tian had completely ignored him. Duan Tian. He actually agreed to it? Lei Jun's eyes widened slightly. However, his eyes shone brightly when he saw this. This was what he had been waiting for the most. In his opinion, Duan Tian would definitely die if he fought Lu Jian. It seems like I don't even have to make a move myself. Lu Jian will be able to kill him for me. Lei Jun thought to himself. However, he did not dare to show it on his face. He looked at Huan and shook his head as he said, Huan your brother Ling Tian is too impulsive. Didn't you try to persuade him? Lu Jian is very strong. He might not be able to defeat Lu Jian. However, Huan did not respond to Lei Jun's words. It was as though she had completely ignored him. She continued to look at the purple figure on the prodigy arena as though he was the only person left in her world. Chapter 3271. As expected of a disciple whom Lord Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, took the initiative to accept. You're courageous and courageous, Lu Jian said with a faint smile on his face as he looked at Duan Tian condescendingly. However, Duan Tian ignored Lu Jian. His expression was indifferent, as though he did not take Lu Jian seriously at all. In fact, he did not take Lu Jian seriously at all. Let's begin. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder spoke. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Tian. Duan Tian, if you're no match for him, admit defeat in time. Thank you for your reminder, Elder. Duan Tian was, naturally, grateful for the Elder's reminder even though he knew it was only for Huan's sake. As for his sixth senior brother Hong Fei's reminder, he was naturally grateful. However, he knew that in front of Hong Fei, unless he really used his strength to prove himself, Hong Fei would not think that he, who was not even 300 years old, could be Lu Jian's opponent. After all, Lu Jian's strength was on par with Hong Fei. In fact, Lu Jian was even stronger than Hong Fei to a certain extent. Otherwise, Lu Jian would not be ranked higher than Hong Fei among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 600 to 700 years old. It was precisely because he knew that Hong Fei wouldn't believe him that he only responded to Hong Fei at the beginning and turned a deaf ear to Hong Fei's voice transmission later on. In fact, he even intentionally blocked Hong Fei's voice transmission. Duan Tian, I won't bully you. You can make the first move. Although Lu Jian did not think Duan Tian was a match for him, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he was shrouded in a layer of golden light. It was as though he had transformed into a golden man. From afar, it was as though he was a Buddha. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Duan Tian narrowed his eyes before a faint smile appeared on his face. It seemed like Lu Jian really did not think highly of him. Whoosh! As soon as Lu Jian finished speaking, Duan Tian did not say anything. He teleported and vanished from his spot. Whoosh! When he reappeared, Duan Lingtian was already near Lu Jian. With a thought, he used the space law's confinement profundity to confine the space around Lu Jian. Duan Lingtian's spatial imprisonment this time was different from the one he used against Huang Lunan. To deal with Huang Lunan, he would imprison him alone. In order to deal with Lu Jian, he had trapped both himself and Lu Jian in the same place, and they were less than 10 meters away from each other. Furthermore, Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He stood within the confined space, facing off against Lu Jian with a distance of 10 meters between them. At this moment, the golden light emitted from Lu Jian's body, which had been fused with the basic element of the law of metal, had even spread to a spot not far from Duan Lingtian's body. This Duan Lingtian, what is he doing? Is he provoking senior brother Lu Jian? Why is he standing so close to senior brother Lu Jian? There's an obvious spatial energy fluctuation in the space they're in. Moreover, the spatial energy fluctuation must be from Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity. Did he imprison Duan Lingtian and Lu Jian together? Is he crazy? Isn't he seeking death by standing so close to Lu Jian? Lu Jian is an 8-trigram celestial lord who has comprehended the law of metal. Moreover, he's skilled in offense. Duan Lingtian's greatest advantage is his teleportation profundity. Isn't he wasting his advantage by standing so close to Lu Jian? What's he trying to do? The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were dumbfounded when they saw this. In fact, they were not the only ones who were dumbfounded. Even the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who presided over the battle between the prodigies was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on in Duan Lingtian's mind. Not only did Duan Lingtian not utilize his advantage, but he even exposed his weakness to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is digging his own grave. Does he think senior brother Lu's strength is on par with mine? Earlier, Huang Lunan had been defeated by Duan Lingtian. It was easy to imagine how much resentment Duan Lingtian had for him. Now that he saw how arrogant Duan Lingtian was, he could not help but laugh mockingly. Third junior sister, this brother Lingtian of yours is really irrational. Lei Jun looked at Huan with a smile on his face. Although Huan ignored Lei Jun, he still took the initiative to talk to her. Even if Huan did not speak, he could still entertain himself by chatting with her. Naturally, although Lei Jun said that Duan Lingtian was not rational, he was laughing in his heart. After all, he could not wait for Duan Lingtian to lose his mind. If Duan Lingtian lost his mind, it would be more likely that Duan Lingtian would be killed. Lu Jian, however, he did not vent his anger on Huan. Instead, he directed his anger at Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Lu Jian, who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian. Lu Jian's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Lei Jun. Before Lu Jian could reply, Lei Jun continued to say, "Don't miss this opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Once you're done, I'll give you a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon." A purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was considered a rare treasure even in heaven-grade forces. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, only those who had broken through to the Celestial Emperor realm would be given a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, they would have to rely on themselves to obtain a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. They would either have to make a certain contribution to the Heavenly Pool Palace or perform exceptionally well in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment. Naturally, there was another way to obtain a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon without relying on oneself or breaking through to become a celestial emperor. For example, the children of titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace like Lei Jun. Although purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons were precious to the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, they still had a few of them. Naturally, they would not be stingy with their children. For example, Lei Jun had been given a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon by his mother, Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. She was also the merciless celestial emperor. After he became a celestial emperor, the Heavenly Pool Palace gave him another purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he had also obtained a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon after passing a test in the Heavenly Pool Palace 100 years ago. In Lei Jun's opinion, giving away a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was not a big deal at all. It was just one less item in his spatial ring. However, for a prodigious disciple like Lu Jian, who did not have a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon, a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was a life-saving treasure. For this reason, Lu Jian's eyes lit up when he heard Lei Jun's words. After all, he had no intention of letting Duan Lingtian live. As long as he had the chance, he would kill Duan Lingtian. When he heard Lei Jun's voice transmission, although he did not know how Duan Lingtian had offended Lei Jun's promise was enough to drive him crazy. After all, a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was something he had always dreamed of obtaining. Duan Lingtian, it seems like you're really confident in your strength. You actually dared to give up your advantage of teleporting and enter the shackles of space to fight me. Lu Jian looked at Duan Lingtian as a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although the shackles of space were cast by Duan Lingtian, to a certain extent, Lu Jian could ignore the shackles of space. Even so, the shackles' profundity from the law of space still affected the space around them. Moreover, in a space affected by the law of space, the teleportation profundity would be greatly affected. For example, it would take Duan Lingtian 1 to 2 breaths to cast the teleportation profundity to leave the shackles of space. These 2 breaths were more than enough time for Lu Jian to do many things. As expected of my junior and senior brother, upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Jian indifferently. Before you, your junior brother, Huang Lunan, also thought he would win when we fought. What happened to him in the end? What? Do you think I'll follow in my junior brother's footsteps? Lu Jian sneered. If my junior brother hadn't been careless and allowed you to gain the upper hand, it wouldn't have been easy for you to defeat my junior brother. Although Duan Lingtian and Huang Lunan had fought earlier to hone the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended, in Lu Jian's opinion, Duan Lingtian's failure to defeat Huang Lunan was more likely because Duan Lingtian was not much stronger than Huang Lunan. You're all talk and no action. Make your move. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, as you wish. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Jian transformed into a ray of golden light that flashed before everyone's eyes as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! When the golden light neared Duan Lingtian, it transformed into a golden sword ray that seemed indestructible and menacing. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. With a sway of his body, a furious space energy swept out. At the same time, 9 space tiers appeared around him. The space territory shook as it enveloped the golden sword ray. Within the space territory, the vibrating space energy was like small snakes that charged toward the golden sword ray as though they were not afraid of death. As for the golden sword radiance, it was like a merciless harvest, constantly harvesting the lives of these small snakes. Magnetic storm profundity. With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the space energy in the space territory that looked like small snakes suddenly swelled and turned into large pythons. Just a few pythons were enough to dim the golden sword ray. It should be noted that the golden sword ray was indestructible. The small snakes were not enough to kill it at all. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have comprehended so many profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. However, let's stop here. Lu Jian narrowed his eyes as he stood in the middle of the golden sword ray. Until now, he had only used a small portion of his strength. The reason he had held back so much was because he wanted to use his full strength to kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop. Chapter 3272. In Lu Jian's opinion, if he had unleashed his full strength from the beginning, Duan Lingtian would have admitted defeat before he could even kill Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian admitted defeat, he would not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, if he killed Duan Lingtian, he would be punished by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Based on his status in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he would be sentenced to death. Although he was a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace, his innate talent and comprehension ability were the lowest among the 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. In order to uphold the rules of the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was impossible for them to spare his life. For this reason, Lu Jian did not unleash his full strength when he attacked Duan Lingtian. He had concealed most of his strength so he could kill Duan Lingtian with one strike when he was close to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian seems to be quite strong. Why do I feel like senior brother Lu Jian didn't unleash his full strength? Is this all he's got? Based on the strength he displayed so far, at most, it's comparable to Huang Lunan. He must have concealed his strength. Many of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples who were spectators could see Lu Jian had intentionally concealed his strength when he fought Duan Lingtian. It seems like senior brother Lu wants to kill Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing Lu Jian's reaction, Huang Lunan, naturally, could guess Lu Jian's intention. A hint of bloodlust could be seen in his eyes. Previously, Duan Lingtian had humiliated him in public. If news of this spread, he would definitely be humiliated. Everyone who saw him or Duan Lingtian would be reminded of today's incident. However, if Duan Lingtian died, he would not have to worry about this at all. Junior brother Lingtian, Lu Jian has concealed most of his strength. He wants to kill you. Hurry up and admit defeat. If others could see this, how could Hong Fei, who had been Lu Jian's old rival for many years, not see this? Because of this, his small eyes narrowed as he anxiously transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. As soon as Hong Fei finished speaking, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the golden sword light that was being continuously depleted by Duan Lingtian's space energy suddenly surged without any warning. Whoosh! Crash! Under the watchful eyes of the others, the golden sword ray exploded and transformed into tens of thousands of golden sword rays in just a blink of an eye. They filled Duan Lingtian's confinement space. Not only that, but there were even golden light spots that appeared around the confinement space before they exploded. It was the explosive power of the golden sword light that had directly penetrated Duan Lingtian's space law imprisonment profundity. In the next moment, before everyone's eyes, Duan Lingtian was engulfed by the golden sword light that filled the sky. It was as if he had been completely submerged by a golden flood, leaving no trace behind. Whoosh! 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 The ear-piercing sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air, sending chills down the spines of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples' spines. After all, there was another person at the center of the storm. This is Lu Jian's strength? I knew Lu Jian had been concealing his strength earlier. Look, this is his true strength. How terrifying. It's too terrifying. Let alone Duan Lingtian, even Hong Fei, Duan Lingtian's senior brother, would be severely injured by this attack if he's caught off guard. Lu Jian wants to kill Duan Lingtian. A hint of pity could be seen in the eyes of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples as they looked at the sea of golden sword lights in the distance. Naturally, the pity in their eyes was directed at Duan Lingtian. If I'm in his shoes, I'll definitely die under such an attack. Huang Lunan's eyes lit up. He was certain Duan Lingtian would die under his senior brother's attack. Lu Jian wants to kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who was presiding over the battle frowned slightly. He could tell Lu Jian wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not have unleashed his full strength. It was clear Lu Jian wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. However, there was nothing he could do. This was a battle of life and death. This was a battle of life and death. Even if he did not want Duan Lingtian to die for Huan Er's sake, he could not interfere. The only way he could save Duan Lingtian was if Duan Lingtian admitted defeat. However, based on the current situation, even if Duan Lingtian wanted to admit defeat, he would not be able to do so. This was because with Duan Lingtian's strength, he would not be able to hold on for long even if he resisted with all his might. If he admitted defeat, he would be killed the moment he opened his mouth and was distracted. Die. Lei Jun's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. However, when he looked at Huan Er who was standing nearby, he discovered her expression was as calm as ever. It was as though she was not worried about Duan Lingtian being killed by Lu Jian. What's going on? Lei Jun was puzzled. A ridiculous thought even appeared in his mind. Don't tell me she thinks Duan Lingtian will be able to survive Lu Jian's attack? Lei Jun knew that even if it was him, he would not be able to survive Lu Jian's attack before he was 500 years old. Little junior brother. Hong Fei's pupils constricted as he watched the sea of golden sword rays shrink. His chubby face started to tremble violently from anxiety. At the same time, in the storm of golden sword qi, Duan Lingtian's spatial energy was being suppressed by Lu Jian's energy. In the end, Lu Jian's sword qi was on the verge of completely destroying Duan Lingtian's spatial energy before it engulfed Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be able to hold on for so long under my attack. However, he'll die in 2 breaths at most. In one of the golden sword rays, Lu Jian was staring coldly at Duan Lingtian. In Lu Jian's opinion, Duan Lingtian was only able to hold on for so long because of his qi. If Duan Lingtian wanted to admit defeat, Lu Jian would be able to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as Duan Lingtian surrendered. That was what Lu Jian had been dreaming of. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to still be holding back. He had not unleashed all of his profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Was he not trying to numb Lu Jian's senses by doing this? Based on Lu Jian's estimation, if he unleashed all of his profundities from the law of space, he might be able to kill Lu Jian, but it would take some effort. Under such circumstances, Lu Jian would have a chance to surrender and beg for mercy. Duan Lingtian did not intend to spare the life of a person who intended to kill him. Profound divine metal, lend me a hand. Duan Lingtian communicated with the 6th form profound divine metal in his little world and asked for help. Although the profound divine metal was in its 6th form, it did not put on airs in front of Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the profound divine metal released a vast energy from the law of metal from Duan Lingtian's little world and merged with Duan Lingtian's body. Many thanks. After Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude to the profound divine metal, he looked at the tens of thousands of sword rays that were closing in on him. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes when he saw one of the sword rays. And that sword gleam, Lu Jian, was inside. Did he discover me? It was not difficult for Lu Jian to tell Duan Lingtian had discovered him when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. However, he did not mind. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian had discovered him, there was nothing he could do to him. Lu Jian's strength had completely suppressed Duan Lingtian's. Die. When the tens of thousands of sword rays were closing in on Duan Lingtian, a sneer appeared on the corner of Lu Jian's lips. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely die in the span of a breath. However, in the next moment, the sneer on his face froze. This was because he discovered Duan Lingtian's spatial energy had suddenly increased and pushed his attack away. His expression changed drastically when he saw this. Duan Lingtian has concealed his strength. At this moment, Lu Jian was certain Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength even better than him. Duan Lingtian's true strength was higher than his. Duan Lingtian, you've concealed your strength well. Lu Jian was not in a hurry to admit defeat even though he knew Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength. He knew it was impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian today, and he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, it would not be by much. As long as he wanted to admit defeat, he could do so at any time. As soon as Lu Jian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth slightly, and a golden sword ray instantly flew out of it. It carried an indomitable aura as it charged toward Lu Jian. Lu Jian could not be more familiar with the power of the law of metal contained within the golden sword light. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes widened in shock. How can Duan Lingtian use the law of metal at the same time as the law of space? Furthermore, the power of the metal laws is so strong. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. No. At this moment, Lu Jian wanted to admit defeat. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he discovered the golden sword ray that shot out from Duan Lingtian's mouth had already reached the space between his eyebrows. You've lived a good life to be able to die under my flying sword. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Jian indifferently. As soon as he sent a voice transmission to Lu Jian, the golden sword ray pierced through Lu Jian's forehead, killing him instantly. At the moment of Lu Jian's death, all of Lu Jian's attacks also disappeared. Before Lu Jian's attack completely disappeared, the golden sword ray that Duan Lingtian spat out had already disappeared into the distance under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The crowd did not think that the sword ray that was filled with the law of metal came from Duan Lingtian. They only thought that it was Lu Jian's doing. Chapter 3273. When the golden sword chief finally dissipated, the disciples from the heavenly pool palace shook their heads. They thought Duan Lingtian had died in Lu Jian's hands. Even Lei Jun and the elder from the sword trial pavilion shared the same thought. Little junior brother. Hong Fei's expression changed drastically. Huan was the only one who remained unfazed. Her expression was as calm as ever, and she did not seem flustered at all. After all, no one knew Duan Lingtian better than Huan Er. In Huan Er's opinion, based on Lu Jian's strength, it was impossible for him to be a match for her brother, Lingtian. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, she was not the slightest bit worried. For this reason, Huan Er was not surprised when the golden sword chief finally dissipated and revealed a purple figure. However, just because Huan Er was not surprised, it did not mean the others were not surprised as well. Duan Lingtian? How's this possible? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian appeared unscathed. At the same time, Lu Jian's corpse fell from the sky and crashed heavily on the prodigy arena, turning into a pile of minced meat. Lu Jian was a prodigious disciple between the ages of 600 and 700. He was an 8-trigram celestial lord who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of metal to the mastery stage. Even so, he was killed by a prodigious disciple between the ages of 200 and 300. Duan Lingtian. Lei Jun's eyes widened. A hint of disbelief could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to survive Lu Jian's attack. However, not only did Duan Lingtian survive Lu Jian's attack, but he even managed to kill Lu Jian. He found it hard to believe. What's going on? How did senior brother Lu Jian die? Did Duan Lingtian use a celestial talisman to kill senior brother Lu Jian? The prodigy arena doesn't exist. The prodigy arena isn't just a decoration. It's impossible to use a celestial talisman there. The disciples of the heavenly pool palace were stunned for a moment before they regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light. No one would have thought that Lu Jian would die in the hands of Duan Lingtian. This prodigious disciple between the ages of 200 and 300 had just become a prodigious disciple today. However, as soon as he became a genius disciple, he killed Lu Jian. It was not hard to imagine how this matter would shake the entire heavenly pool palace. After all, in the history of the heavenly pool palace, similar incidents had happened before, but they were rare. The sword trial hall elder was stunned. He thought that Duan Lingtian had died at Lu Jian's hands, but he didn't expect that not only did Duan Lingtian survive, he even killed Lu Jian. How did he do it? At this moment, even the elders of the sword trial pavilion could not help but feel puzzled. They could not understand how Duan Lingtian could kill Lu Jian. Duan Lingtian was more than 300 years younger than Lu Jian. However, even though they were both prodigious disciples, Duan Lingtian still managed to kill Lu Jian despite the age gap between them. Lu Jian did not even have the chance to admit defeat. This was enough to show that Duan Lingtian was not as simple as it seemed. This is impossible. How's this possible? Wang Lunan, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian and kicked out of the ranks of the prodigious disciples by Duan Lingtian, thought his senior brother, Lu Jian, would be able to avenge him by killing Duan Lingtian. However, not only did his senior brother fail to avenge him, but he was also killed by Duan Lingtian. Huang Lunan found it hard to believe. He even thought he was dreaming. However, everything around him seemed to be telling him that he was not dreaming. Little junior brother, isn't this a little too much? Hong Fei, who thought Duan Lingtian had been killed by Lu Jian, was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian was not killed by Lu Jian. Instead, Lu Jian managed to kill Lu Jian. Haha, little junior brother, I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems like I've underestimated you. Huan teleported to Duan Lingtian's side and gently held Duan Lingtian's arm. At the same time, Hong Fei flew toward Duan Lingtian as he laughed heartily. Lu Jian had been his nemesis for many years. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Naturally, Hong Fei was happy to see Lu Jian killed by his little junior brother. After all, He hated Lu Jian from the bottom of his heart. Oomph! Lei Jun's eyes turned cold when he saw Huan walking over to Duan Ling Tian's side and holding his hand as though they were lovers. With a cold snort, he left. After Lei Jun left, Huang Lu Nan left as well since he felt he would only embarrass himself if he continued to stay. However, before he left, he sent a message to Huang Lu Nan and Lu Jian's teacher about Lu Jian's death. Huang Lu Nan and Lu Jian's teacher was a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly pool palace called Long Wu. His name was Gu Changjiang. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Lu Jian's strength is extraordinary, but you still managed to kill him. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a sigh, I was lucky. Duan Ling Tian smiled modestly. Lucky? Naturally, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder and the other heavenly pool palace disciples did not believe Duan Ling Tian's words. Elder, can I challenge the top prodigious disciple in my age group now? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. Of course. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder nodded. When I return, inform me through his soul pearl that you want to challenge him. I'll inform you once he's decided on a time. He won't be able to refuse the challenge. If he doesn't accept the challenge within 3 months, you'll be able to climb to the top of your age group. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder said. Thank you, elder. Duan Ling Tian nodded. In that case, I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell to Duan Ling Tian, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder nodded at Huan with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, a thunderous voice rang from afar, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Who killed my disciple? His voice was loud and clear like thunder, causing Duan Ling Tian's expression to turn slightly solemn. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was familiar with the person's name. Gu Changjiang was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. His title was Martial Dragon, and people called him the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Gu Changjiang came here personally? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect Gu Changjiang would come here personally for Lu Jian's death. Gu Changjiang? Upon hearing the voice, Hong Fei immediately sent a message to Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, without any hesitation. In the heavenly pool palace, titled celestial emperors were high and mighty. If Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, had killed Hong Fei's junior brother in a fit of rage, the heavenly pool palace would not kill him. At most, they would punish him. For this reason, Hong Fei did not hesitate to inform Su Lang, Duan Ling Tian's teacher. Swoosh! Gu Changjiang was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man dressed in a loose green robe. His face was as fair as jade. When his gaze fell on the corpse on the prodigy's arena, his face suddenly darkened. Lu Jian was not the most outstanding disciple under his tutelage. However, Lu Jian was good with words. Therefore, Gu Changjiang was very satisfied with his disciple. He was furious when he learned that Lu Jian had been killed. Who's Duan Ling Tian? Gu Changjiang hovered in the air as he swept his gaze across the crowd before his eyes finally landed on Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was too eye-catching. Not only was his appearance outstanding, but even Huan who was holding his hand and wearing a veil, was also eye-catching. You killed my disciple? Gu Changjiang asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. A powerful aura surged out of Gu Changjiang's body and pressed down on Duan Ling Tian. If you're talking about Lu Jian, I had a life-or-death battle with him. Even if he's dead, it can only be attributed to his lack of skill. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged in the face of Gu Changjiang's overbearing aura. It was as though he was not afraid at all. In fact, he was not afraid of Gu Changjiang's aura at all. After all, his body had been tempered by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. How could a mere titled celestial emperor's aura affect him? Lord Gu Changjiang. At this moment, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder stepped forward and said to Gu Changjiang, the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Lu Jian was a life-or-death battle that I presided over. Did I say anything to you? Gu Changjiang glanced at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder indifferently before he raised his hand. A powerful energy surged out of his hand and slammed into the Sword Trial Pavilion elder, sending him flying. Blarg! As he was sent flying, The elder spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned extremely pale. Without any hesitation, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder tore a communication celestial talisman to notify Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, was being unreasonable. He could only wait for the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion, who was also a titled celestial emperor like Gu Changjiang, to arrive. Is Lord Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, trying to avenge his disciple? I don't think so. Even if it's not difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian, I don't think he dares to do so, right? I agree. If he does that, his reputation will be tarnished. At that time, everyone will know he's not a good person. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who were watching felt their hearts in their mouths when they saw Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, charging toward them. Chapter 3274. There were a total of 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Every titled celestial emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace was a powerhouse in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although Duan Lingtian was Su Lang's disciple, Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, he was still new to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Therefore, Su Lang might not be afraid of killing Duan Lingtian to avenge his disciple. You're just too weak. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Gu Changjiang stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. His voice was extremely cold. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're just a new disciple of Su Lang. Even if I kill you, Su Lang won't hold it against me. I'll give you 2 options. The first option is to be killed by me. The second option is to leave Su Lang's faction and join my faction. If you join my faction and replace Lu Jian, not only will I not make things difficult for you, but I'll even provide you with better cultivation resources than the ones I gave Lu Jian. Although Su Changjiang's voice was filled with killing intent, it was clear that he was trying to persuade Duan Lingtian to leave Su Lang's faction and join his faction. Upon hearing Gu Changjiang's words, Duan Lingtian chuckled. What are you laughing at? Gu Changjiang's expression darkened. If I leave teacher Su Lang's tutelage and join your tutelage, who would know if you would take advantage of the fact that I haven't joined your tutelage to kill me? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At that time, even Su Lang won't protect me anymore. It doesn't matter if I choose to be killed by you or join your faction, I'll still die. You're really good at scheming. Duan Lingtian said. I, Gu Changjiang, said that I won't kill you if you join my faction. I won't. Brat. You tricked me. Gu Changjiang scoffed. However, before he could finish speaking, his expression changed drastically. He realized Duan Lingtian was not speaking to him through voice transmission, and he was also led by Duan Lingtian to speak. At the same time, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples and the elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion looked at Gu Changjiang in a different light. Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, actually threatened Duan Lingtian with his life after his disciple was killed? Brat, you're courting death. Gu Changjiang knew that he would be humiliated in front of the Heavenly Pool Palace if news of this spread. Therefore, he decided to attack Duan Lingtian. Sensing Gu Changjiang's killing intent, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Su Lang Laosher should be arriving soon, right? Just now, when Gu Changyang was in the hospital, he sent a message to his current teacher, Su Lang. Su Lang also replied to him immediately, saying that he would come over immediately. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished thinking about this, and Gu Changjiang was about to make his move, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Following that, under the watchful eyes of the others, a green sword ray tore through the sky and landed near Duan Lingtian before a figure appeared. It was none other than Duan Lingtian's teacher, Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor. Gu Changjiang, do you still intend to disrespect me and attack my disciple? After Su Lang appeared, he glanced coldly at Gu Changjiang and asked coldly. From Su Lang's cold tone, it wasn't hard to detect Su Lang's current rage. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out of Su Lang's body. It was as though he was ready to attack at any moment. The 2 titled celestial emperors were at loggerheads with each other. The eyes of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples lit up when they saw this. Soon after, More and more people began to gather in the prodigy arena. Su Lang, your disciple didn't even greet me. He's very rude. I only wanted to teach him a lesson so he'll learn to respect his elders. Upon seeing Su Lang's appearance, Gu Changjiang knew he could no longer attack Duan Tian. In fact, if he attacked Duan Tian now, Su Lang would most likely attack him before he could even touch Duan Tian. Moreover, Su Lang was much stronger than him. Swoosh. Soon after, another figure appeared. It was Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. Gu Changjiang, how dare you touch the people of my sword trial palace? Lei Ying said in a deep voice as she glared at Gu Changjiang coldly. Pavilion master Lei Ying, it's a misunderstanding. Seeing Lei Ying standing next to Su Lang and glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, Gu Changjiang's expression changed immediately. Then, he forced a smile. He was puzzled. Why were the two of them together? If it was just one of them, he would not be afraid even if they were stronger than him. However, when the two of them were together, he could not help but feel afraid. A misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that an elder from the sword trial pavilion was injured? Lei Ying's gaze turned even colder. When Gu Changjiang sensed Lei Ying's anger, Su Lang sent a voice transmission to Lei Ying. Lei Ying, let's join forces and show Gu Changjiang what he's made of. All right. Lei Ying agreed without hesitation. Soon after, the two of them made their moves at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, toward Gu Changjiang. This is, Lord Lei Ying and Lord Su Lang are going to attack Lord Gu Changjiang? Heavens! 3 titled celestial emperors are going to fight? Upon seeing Su Lang and Lei Ying charging toward Gu Changjiang at the same time, their celestial origin energies surged as they merged with their basic laws of profundity. It was not difficult for the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace to figure out that Su Lang and Lei Ying were going to attack Gu Changjiang. There were 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. 2 of them were going to attack another person. Moreover, both of them were stronger than the other person. There was no doubt that they would win if they joined forces. What's going on? Aren't they the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor? That's the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who had just arrived were stunned when they saw the 2 titled Celestial Emperors attacking Gu Changjiang. It's better to come at the right time than to come at the right time. It's obvious these 2 titled Celestial Emperors are going to attack Gu Changjiang. I wonder how many moves Gu Changjiang will be able to withstand? One of the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace chuckled as he spoke to the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace lit up. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian and the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder did not expect Su Lang and Lei Ying to attack Gu Changjiang. The Sword Trial Pavilion Elder, in particular, looked at Lei Ying with a hint of respect in his eyes. Su Lang, Lei Ying, what are you trying to do? Seeing that Su Lang and Lei Ying were actually joining hands, Gu Changjiang was so frightened that his expression changed. However, the current him was forced into a corner. Even if he did not want to fight the 2 of them, he had no choice but to defend himself. Boom! On Lei Ying's body, waves of rolling energy gushed out like a vast flood. They were like dragons and snakes, majestic and awe-inspiring. Purple lightning bolts could be seen swirling around Lei Ying's energy. At the same time, earth-shattering thunderclaps rang in the air. It was clear Lei Ying had comprehended the law of thunder. The law of thunder. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Lei Ying's attack. It was not difficult for him to notice that Lei Ying had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of thunder to the mastery stage. What surprised him the most was that although Lei Ying's attack seemed simple and crude, there was a profound mystery to it. The profundities from the law of thunder seemed to be connected in a mysterious way. Under such circumstances, the effect is not as simple as 1 + 1. Duan Lingtian discovered this when he saw Lei Ying's attack. Indeed, a titled Celestial Emperor's attack was extraordinary. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Unlike Lei Ying's simple and crude attack, Su Lang's attack was surrounded by sword rays. He pointed his finger at his opponents, causing the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace to shudder involuntarily. Su Lang had comprehended the law of ice. As soon as he attacked, the sword rays froze everything in its path. Su Lang, Laying, don't go too far. Gu Changjiang's expression was unsightly when he saw two titled celestial emperors attacking him. He hastily defended himself with all his might. Go too far? Su Lang sneered. A moment later, Su Lang's attack, which was emitting an icy cold aura, was completely frozen when it came into contact with Gu Changjiang's attack. In the blink of an eye, Gu Changjiang's attack was shattered, and Su Lang's icy cold sword light became much dimmer. With just one exchange, Su Lang's strength had completely overwhelmed Gu Changjiang's strength. However, Su Lang's attack was only the first wave of their attack, an appetizer. While Su Lang did not continue to attack, Lei Ying's attack came. The power of thunder and lightning surged towards Gu Changjiang like a flood bursting through a dam. In just a blink of an eye, the surroundings were filled with purple lightning. Lei Ying's attack was like the wrath of the thunder god. Upon seeing this, Gu Changjiang's expression changed drastically. A bright light shone from his body as he quickly circulated his energy to form a powerful barrier around him. At the same time, the silhouette of armor shrouded Gu Changjiang. At this moment, Gu Changjiang was like a tortoise that had retracted its head, leaving only its shell to fend off the attack. Boom! Rumble! Lei Ying's attack landed on Gu Changjiang's defense, causing ripples in the air. After consuming about 50% of her energy, Gu Changjiang's defense finally broke. Bang! The remaining energy landed on Gu Changjiang's body, sending him flying in a wretched manner. When Gu Changjiang finally regained his footing, his body was already riddled with wounds. Although he was not severely injured, he was still severely injured. Bang! Bang! Chapter 3275. Gu Changjiang's attack was easily countered by Su Lang. Following that, Lei Ying's attack broke through Gu Changjiang's defense and injured him. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace finally regained their senses, they saw Gu Changjiang's battered figure with blood trickling out of the corner of his mouth. He's injured. He was defeated in just one exchange. Lord Su Lang and Lord Lei Yin are really strong. It's normal. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor is weaker than the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor. He wouldn't be a match for either one of them, let alone both of them working together. They must have shown mercy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor if they worked together. Of course, they had to show mercy. After all, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor is a titled Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace. It's only right for them to stop fighting. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace sighed. Many of them began to talk about Duan Lingtian. Stop fighting? Earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't stop and killed Lu Jian. That's why the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor was so angry. You're new here, right? How do you know? If you hadn't just arrived and watched the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lu Jian, you wouldn't think so. After all, Lu Jian was the one who tried to kill Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian killed him. If you were in Duan Lingtian's shoes and someone tried to kill you, would you not kill him? Lu Jian only has himself to blame for his death. Perhaps he didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be able to kill him. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who had just arrived were looking at Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, differently. As it turned out, Gu Changjiang's disciple was the one who tried to kill Duan Lingtian first. That was how Duan Lingtian killed him. Gu Changjiang's disciple, Lu Jian, had brought this upon himself. On the other hand, Gu Changjiang had come to stand up for Lu Jian. I didn't expect there to be such a person among the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. How shameless! Didn't you see the Verdant Prairie Immortal Emperor and the Merciless Immortal Emperor joining forces? If it weren't for his shamelessness, would the two of them have joined forces? Shameful. It was too embarrassing. If news of this spreads, the entire Heavenly Pool Palace will be humiliated. Of course, at that time, the people from the other heaven-grade forces will say that the titled Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace is a person who doesn't know right from wrong. Although the whispers of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were not loud, with Gu Changjiang's hearing, how could he not hear them? All of a sudden, Gu Changjiang's face darkened. It was extremely ugly. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Su Lang, Lei Ying, Gu Changjiang, will remember what happened today. After taking a deep look at Su Lang and Lei Ying, Gu Changjiang left after saying those words. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air before everyone's eyes. Naturally, he did not vanish into thin air. He was simply too fast for the others to catch sight of him. Upon seeing this, Su Lang and Lei Ying did not chase after Gu Changjiang. After all, they had taught Gu Changjiang a lesson. They did not intend to kill him. After all, Gu Changjiang was a titled celestial emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was one of the pillars of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The incident at the Heavenly Pool platform spread like wildfire. After this incident, many people realized that Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, cared a lot about his new disciple and even attacked him out of anger. As for Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, some people said she only attacked Lu Jian for the sake of her sword trial pavilion elder, while others said she only attacked Lu Jian for the sake of her new disciple. Although her new disciple was not targeted by Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying was close to Su Lang's new disciple. After the incident at the Heavenly Pool platform, both Duan Lingtian and Huan became famous. This was especially true for Duan Lingtian. Although he was not even 300 years old, he had defeated a genius disciple between 600 and 700 years old. Although he was at the bottom of the list, it was enough to shock many people. After all, there was a 300-year age gap between them. Little junior brother, your reputation in the Heavenly Pool Palace is on par with eldest senior sister and second senior brother, Hong Fei said. Ever since Duan Lingtian killed Lu Jin a month ago, Hong Fei had been visiting Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not cultivating when Hong Fei visited Duan Lingtian. This was because Hong Fei had sent a message to Duan Lingtian before he visited Duan Lingtian. During this month, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate since he did not forget the reason he came to the Heavenly Pool Palace with Huan Er. He wanted to look for Huan Er's parents. However, he did not find anything in the past month. Your reputation is on par with eldest senior sister and second senior brother, but your strength is much weaker. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, among the many disciples under his teacher, Su Lang, his first senior sister and second senior brother were the strongest. As for the others, even the strongest third senior sister, who may, with the power of the 5 divine elements, he was confident that he could defeat her. You pervert, you actually want to compare yourself with eldest senior sister and second senior brother. Comparisons are odious. Why don't you think about how old you are? Hong Fei said as he shook his head. As soon as Hong Fei finished speaking, Duan Lingtian rose to his feet. What's wrong? Hong Fei asked curiously when he saw Duan Lingtian suddenly rising to his feet. Based on his little junior brother's reaction, it was obvious something had happened. I just received a message from the Sword Trial Pavilion. The person who's ranked first among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 200 to 300 years old sent me a letter. He wants me to fight in the prodigious arena in the afternoon. Duan Lingtian replied. In the afternoon? Upon hearing this, Hong Fei looked at the sky. It's almost noon. It seems like we'll be able to make our way there soon. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded before he said, I'll let Huan Er know. 6 senior brother, you can go back first. If you're interested in watching me fight that person in the afternoon, you can go to the prodigious arena. All right. After Hong Fei left, he did not forget to inform Duan Lingtian about the person he was going to challenge. That Fan Chi is the 5 elements divine emperor. He has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. Moreover, he's not human. It's said that he's an incarnation of a celestial tree. This was Hong Fei's message. As he spoke, he roughly introduced the information of Duan Lingtian's opponent in the afternoon. Not human? Upon hearing Hong Fei's message, Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. However, he was only slightly taken aback. Compared to the fact that Fan Chi was not human, he was more interested in the fact that Fan Chi had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. This was not something an ordinary 200-year-old person could achieve. Huan Er. For the past month, Huan Er had not cultivated. She had been sleeping all the time. She had been relying on the supreme powerhouse Godhead to comprehend the law of space. However, she had not comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. In this regard, she was slightly inferior to Duan Tian. As for Duan Tian, he had long comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Although he could still use the supreme powerhouse Godhead to comprehend the law of space, his progress was extremely slow. After comprehending all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, the only thing that mattered was the application of the profundities. Take celestial emperors, for example. More than half of them had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. If their cultivation bases were the same, the victor would usually be decided by the use of profundities from the law of space. For example, when Lei Ying and Su Lang fought a month ago, Duan Tian could sense their amazing use of profundities from the law of space. Their use of profundities allowed them to combine their profundities and profundities to unleash a power that surpassed 1 + 1 = 2. Meanwhile, Duan Tian went to wake Huan Er up. Outside the sword trial hall, many people saw the announcement that had just been made. Duan Tian would be challenging Fan Shi in the Prodigy Arena in the afternoon. Currently, almost everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace knew who Duan Tian was. The only ones who did not know were those who had been in closed-door cultivation for more than a month. As for Fan Shi, apart from those who had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 300 years, almost everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace knew who he was. Fan Shi was the strongest prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace who was between 200 and 300 years old. He had even defeated a prodigious disciple who was between 700 and 800 years old. Naturally, the latter was only the weakest prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena. Even so, it was enough to shock everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace. This was obvious when news of Duan Tian killing Lu Jin spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Many people in the Heavenly Pool Palace were familiar with him. Duan Tian killed a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena who was between 600 and 700 years old a month ago. Based on this, we can see how strong he is. If his opponent was someone else in the Prodigy Arena, I'd have confidence in him. However, his opponent this time is Fan Shi, a prodigy like him. 30 years ago, Fan Shi defeated a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena who was between 700 and 800 years old. Although his opponent was the weakest prodigious disciple, it doesn't affect his strength. It's hard to say who's stronger between the two of them. I think Duan Tian is stronger. Back then, Fan Shi only defeated a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena who was between 700 and 800 years old. However, Duan Tian killed Lu Jin. Killing and defeating are two completely different things. Not necessarily. Who knows if Duan Tian killed Lu Jin because Lu Jin cared about him. Moreover, Fan Shi was able to defeat a prodigious disciple in the Prodigy Arena who was between 700 and 800 years old 20 years ago. I'm sure he's even stronger now. As the news spread among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples in the Sword Trial Hall, news of Duan Tian challenging Fan Shi also spread like wildfire. As the news spread, a large group of people had already gathered at the Prodigy's arena. It was not even noon yet. Chapter 3276. Fan Shi was a 5-element celestial lord, just like Huang Lu Nan whom Duan Tian had challenged. However, in terms of strength, Huang Lunan was far from being a match for Fan Shi. Even if Huang Lunan had the courage to challenge Fan Shi, he did not have the courage to do so. Duan Tian challenged Fan Shi? Fan Shi is much stronger than Senior Lu Jian. Moreover, he's the strongest prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300 years old age group. Who knows, he might have some other trump cards up his sleeve. Duan Tian might not be a match for Fan Shi. Whether it was because he wanted to see Duan Tian lose to Fan Shi, or because he wanted to see Fan Shi's trump cards, Huang Lunan left his cultivation place and went to the Prodigy Arena. Fortunately, my teacher didn't vent his anger on me when he returned a month ago. Huang Lunan could not help but shudder when he thought about how his teacher had returned a month ago. At that time, he was already prepared to be punished. While Huang Lunan was making his way to the Prodigy Arena, many people were making their way to the Prodigy Arena as well. Many of them were prodigious disciples. A month ago, the battle between Duan Lingtian and Huang Lunan was not enough to attract the attention of the prodigious disciples. After all, Huang Lunan was ranked at the bottom of the 200 to 300 years old age group. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was not even a prodigious disciple at that time. Even when Huan challenged the second-last prodigious disciple in the 200 to 300 years old age group, it did not attract much attention. However, when Huan defeated the second prodigious disciple in a single move, many people were shocked. From then on, not only did the people in the Heavenly Pool Palace learn that the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, but they also learned that the merciless Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying, had recruited a new disciple, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian and Huan seemed to be a perfect couple. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, many titled Celestial Emperors, including the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had recruited prodigious disciples. For example, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, had 7 prodigious disciples under him. The merciless Immortal Emperor, Lei Ying, also had 5 disciples under her. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, Gu Changjiang, originally had 6 prodigious disciples under him. However, one of them was killed by Duan Lingtian, and the other one was stripped of his status as a prodigious disciple by Duan Lingtian. As a result, Gu Changjiang was left with 4 prodigious disciples. Fifth junior brother is really useless. He was actually killed by a brat who is not even 300 years old. Any one of the 4 prodigious disciples under Gu Changjiang was stronger than Lu Jian. In fact, 2 of them were even younger than Lu Jian. One was over 500 years old, while the other was over 600 years old. Now, the one who spoke was a genius disciple under Gu Changjiang, who was in the same age group as Lu Jian. He was dozens of years younger than Lu Jian. However, his strength was ranked 3rd among Gu Changjiang's 6 disciples. Even Lu Jian had to respectfully address him as 3rd senior brother. Lu Jian's 3rd senior brother had the appearance of a thin young man. He was dressed in a brocade robe, and his appearance was ordinary. However, his eyes were exceptionally sharp. He was none other than Gu Changjiang's 3rd disciple, Yu Yu. Yu Yu was ranked 3rd among the prodigious disciples in the age group between 600 and 700 years old. His strength was not something Lu Jian, who was ranked last among the prodigious disciples in the same age group, could compare to. 3rd senior brother, 5th junior brother must have been careless. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he's no match for Duan Lingtian, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor's disciple, he wouldn't have been killed. At this moment, apart from Huang Lunan, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, Gu Changjiang, 2 other disciples were accompanying him to the Prodigy Arena. They were none other than Yu Yu and Yuan Gang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor's 4th disciple. Yuan Gang, who was over 500 years old, was ranked 4th among the prodigious disciples in the age group between 500 and 600 years old. Although he was younger than Lu Jian, he was much stronger than Lu Jian. The disciples under Gu Changjiang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, were also ranked according to their strength. It was similar to the disciples under Lei Ying Celestial Emperor. Among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, only the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang's disciples were ranked according to the order of their disciple strength. Under such circumstances, very few people knew who was stronger and who was weaker among Su Lang's disciples. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan left their cultivation area and made their way to the Prodigy Arena, they saw Hong Fei, their 6th senior brother, waiting for them. Hong Fei was not alone. There were 2 other people standing next to Hong Fei. They were 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei, and 4th senior sister, Wan Waner. 3rd senior sister, 4th senior sister. Duan Lingtian greeted the 2 women before he finally looked at Hong Fei and called out, 6th senior brother, little junior brother, you're being unfair. Why did you call me last? Hong Fei shouted. Are you looking down on me, your 6th senior brother? Fatty, you're ranked last among the 3 of us. Who else should I call you last? Why don't you spar with me and your 4th senior sister? If you can defeat either of us, I'll call you senior brother. Hu Mei was as straightforward as ever. As soon as she spoke, Hong Fei immediately lost his temper. Initially, after Duan Lingtian joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, he thought there was finally someone who was weaker than him. However, after Duan Lingtian killed Lu Jin a month ago, he realized that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Even his little junior brother was stronger than him. Currently, he was still the weakest disciple under the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. If it were not for the fact that Su Lang's disciples were not ranked according to their strength, he would have been Su Lang's little junior brother. Sixth junior brother, you have to work harder. Now that your little junior brother is stronger than you, if you don't work hard, you'll be kicked out of the prodigious disciples soon. When Wan said with a faint smile, "Fourth senior sister, you're bullying me with third senior sister?" Hong Fei said with a bitter expression on his face, "Sister Huan congratulations on joining the ranks of the prodigious disciples." When Wan smiled at Huan for a time, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel respect for his second senior brother, whom he had only met once. Fourth senior sister tried to persuade second senior brother several times, but he wouldn't listen and continued to beat Han Yunjin up. Second senior brother said, "He's the boss since eldest senior sister is here. It's his duty to stand up for his junior brothers and sisters." In the end, fourth senior sister threatened to kill herself before second senior brother finally gave up. Hong Fei's voice transmission stopped at this point. "What? Hu Mei, do you want to spar with me?" Han Yunjin looked at Hu Mei and sneered. "Do you think you're a match for me? If you really want to spar with me, I don't mind. However, I'm worried you'll be beaten up by second senior brother again. If you hurt me, my second senior brother would have a good reason to hurt you. As long as he doesn't kill you or cripple you, even the Heavenly Pool Palace won't have a reason to punish him," Hu Mei said with a bright smile. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, if a titled Celestial Emperor's disciple was injured in a duel, the other disciples of that titled Celestial Emperor would have a reason to avenge him. Back then, Su Lang's fourth disciple, Wan had only been hurt by Han Yunjin. If Su Lang's second disciple, Lu Ji, had attacked Han Yunjin, it would not be considered a violation of the Heavenly Pool Palace's rules. "Do you think I'm afraid of Lu Ji?" Han Yunjin's expression changed when he heard Hu Mei's words. He stared at Hu Mei coldly. "If you're not afraid, you can attack me." Hu Mei's smile widened. "Humph." Han Yunjin scoffed as though he did not hear Hu Mei's words. He said indifferently, "I'm here for my fifth junior brother. I'm not interested in bullying a weakling like you." "I think you're just afraid." Hu Mei sneered. "Who's Duan Lingtian? You're really bold to challenge my fourth junior brother." Han Yunjin looked at the group of people in front of him before his eyes finally landed on Duan Lingtian. "You're Duan Lingtian? Fan Shi is your fourth junior brother?" Duan Lingtian stepped forward and looked at Han Yunjin coldly. Then, he said with a grin, "Tell him to be careful. I don't hold back when I make a move." Duan Lingtian's tone turned colder as he spoke. Although he hadn't spent much time with Su Lang's other senior martial brothers and sisters, the atmosphere among them made him feel like he was at home. How could he show mercy to those who had bullied his family? "When did Fan Shi become your fourth junior brother?" Hu Mei frowned. Clearly, she had just learned that Fan Shi had become Han Yunjin's fifth junior brother and the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's disciple. "It's only natural that you don't know about what happened 2 months ago." Han Yunjin smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sneer, "Brat, the prodigious disciples can choose between a battle to the death or a battle to the death. My fourth junior brother is going to challenge you to a battle to the death. You won't be afraid to accept the challenge, right?" "A battle to the death?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "I'm afraid he won't have the guts to accept the challenge. If he does, I, Duan Lingtian, will accept the challenge." "Good, very good." Han Yunjin's smile widened. "I hope you don't die in his hands. Otherwise, the beauty by your side will have to be replaced by another man." A hint of greed could be seen in Han Yunjin's eyes as he looked at Huan. Although Huan was wearing a veil, her peerless beauty was not something the veil could hide. Killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. If it were not for the fact that there were so many people present and he did not care about the big picture, he would have already used all his means to kill Han Yunjin with the help of the 5 divine elements. However, even if he did not kill Han Yunjin now, Han Yunjin was already a dead man in his eyes. Chapter 3277. junior sister Wan. Just as Hu Mei was mocking Hong Fei, a magnetic voice resonated from afar. After a few moments, a young man in blue robes stepped into the air and arrived at Duanling Tian and the others. Another young man stood behind the blue-clad young man. The blue-clad young man was handsome and had a haughty expression on his face. It was as though he was looking down on everyone. Initially, Duanling Tian thought his fourth senior sister Wan was familiar with the other party. However, when the other party took the initiative to greet her, he noticed his fourth senior sister Wan merely nodded her head at the other party. Wan, senior brother Qin is talking to you. Didn't you hear him? When the young man behind the blue-clothed young man saw that Wan was ignoring the blue-clothed young man, he couldn't help but frown and speak in a deep voice. Before Wan could reply, Hu Mei sneered at the young man standing behind the blue-clad young man. Since when did the second disciple of the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor become someone's lackey? You're a disgrace to us prodigious disciples. The sneer on Hu Mei's face deepened as she spoke. Hu Mei, you're seeking death. Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, the young man's expression changed drastically. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. What? Xiao Chengyi, do you still want to make a move on me? Hu Mei sneered. Then I want to see if you, Xiao Chengyi, have made any progress recently. If I'm not mistaken, you lost the last time you challenged me, right? How dare a loser like you act so arrogantly in front of me? Hu Mei's sneer turned into a sneer when she finished speaking. The young man's expression darkened further. Hu Mei, that's enough. At this moment, the blue-clothed young man spoke. His tone carried an unquestionable tone, and it carried a slight trace of threat. Han Yunjin, if I were you, I'd be too ashamed to appear in front of Wan. Although the blue-clad young man did not look like someone to be trifled with, Hu Mei did not hold back and retorted. Little junior brother. While Duanling Tian was still in a daze, his sixth senior brother, Hong Fei's voice transmission resonated in his ears. The one at the back is Xiao Chengyi, the second disciple of the Misty Wave Immortal Emperor. Duanling Tian had heard of the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor. Among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor was on par with the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Xiao Chengyi is the same as third senior sister. Both of them are prodigious disciples between 800 and 900 years old. Third senior sister is ranked second in this age group, and this Xiao Chengyi is ranked third. Hearing Hong Fei's words, Duanling Tian was surprised. Third senior sister Hu Mei was ranked second among the 10 heavens chosen disciples in the 800 to 900 years old age range. At this moment, he couldn't help but take another look at Hu Mei. He didn't expect that this seemingly carefree and energetic third senior sister was actually such a powerful genius disciple. This Xiao Chengyi challenged third senior sister several times. Without exception, he was defeated by third senior sister every time. At this point, Hong Fei paused for a moment before continuing. That's right. As for the blue-clad young man in front of Xiao Chengyi, he's one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He's as famous as second senior brother. Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow and looked at Han Yunjin in surprise. He did not expect Han Yunjin to be a prodigious disciple on par with his second senior brother. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, only outstanding disciples below the age of 1,000 were considered prodigious disciples. The top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace represented the 5 strongest people below the age of 1,000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His name is Han Yunjin. He's the first disciple of the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is slightly stronger than our teacher, Hong Fei said through voice transmission. Duanling Tian nodded when he heard Hong Fei's words. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor was ranked in the top 3 among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He had heard a lot about this in the past. Sixth senior brother. Why do I feel like third senior sister and fourth senior sister dislike Han Yunjin? Duanling Tian asked curiously through voice transmission. Although he was an outsider, he could feel Hu Mei and Wan's disgust toward Han Yunjin. It's not just third senior sister and fourth senior sister. Even fifth senior brother, second senior brother, and I dislike him. You don't dislike him because you don't know about the things he's done to you. Hong Fei's tone was slightly louder when he said this. Han Yunjin is a bastard. Although it seemed like he was devoted to fourth senior sister, he was actually flirting with other female disciples behind her back. Moreover, he would often spend the night at the female disciples' cultivation places. Fortunately, second senior brother discovered this before he married fourth senior sister. Otherwise, fourth senior sister's heart would have been deceived when she married him. However, even if she didn't give her body to Han Yunjin, her heart was still deceived by him. You don't know this, but it took fourth senior sister 100 years to get over that relationship. Fourth senior sister only liked one man in her life, and yet, she was deceived by him. You can imagine how she felt. Naturally, fourth senior sister no longer has feelings for him. She only hates him. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold as he looked at Han Yunjin. His fourth senior sister, Wen Wan'er, was as gentle as jade. He had a good impression of her the first time they met. How could Han Yunjin hurt such a gentle and graceful woman? It was no wonder Su Lang's disciples did not like him. It would be strange if they liked him. Second senior brother once challenged Han Yunjin to a fight because of fourth senior sister. However, Han Yunjin did not accept the challenge since he knew he was no match for second senior brother. However, even so, second senior brother still went to find him and forced him to take action, seriously injuring him several times. Naturally, each time, second senior brother was punished by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he heard Hong Fei's words. Although Hong Fei's words were simple, he could sense the anger in Hong Fei's heart. However, Duan Lingtian could sense the second senior brother's anger. Moreover, even though he knew he would be punished by the Heavenly Pool Palace, he still stood up for his fourth senior sister. From this, one could see how protective his second senior brother was. Chapter 3278. After all, she had long become Duan Lingtian's exclusive property. When Han Yunjin's words reached Duan Lingtian's ears, he was thoroughly enraged. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already sentenced Han Yunjin to death. "I'm afraid your fourth junior brother will die in my hands," Duan Lingtian sneered. "Is that so?" Han Yunjin's smile did not change. "It seems like killing Lu Jian has boosted your confidence. However, my fourth junior brother's strength is not something Lu Jian can compare to. If he dares to challenge me to a life-or-death battle, he'll definitely die," Duan Lingtian said coldly as his eyes flashed coldly. "Elder Qin." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a loud voice resounded in the surroundings of the Prodigy Arena. At the same time, a thin figure appeared on the Prodigy Arena and looked at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder who was in charge of today's battle. "Today, I, Fan Shi, accept Duan Lingtian's challenge to a life-or-death battle. No one is allowed to admit defeat. It's a battle to the death." A thin and ordinary-looking young man with a cold aura stood on the Prodigy Arena as he spoke to the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. Based on his words, it was obvious he was Duan Lingtian's opponent. He was the strongest among the 200 to 300 years old prodigious disciples, Fan Shi. He's Fan Shi? He's going to challenge Duan Lingtian to a life-or-death battle? There are two types of life and death battles. One is the type where one can admit defeat, and the other is the type where one can't admit defeat and one must fight to the death to determine the victor. What enmity does this Fan Shi have with Duan Lingtian to the point that he actually wants to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian? Fan Shi's words shocked the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. Many of them thought Fan Shi had a deep grudge against Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, why would he challenge Duan Lingtian to a life-or-death battle? In the Heavenly Pool Palace, people like Duan Lingtian did not have the right to challenge others to a life-or-death battle. They only had the right to refuse. As for Fan Shi, the person who was being challenged, he could request for a battle. For example, a battle to the death, or a battle to the death. Even a battle to the death could be initiated. If Duan Lingtian did not have the courage to accept the challenge, he could choose to admit defeat. However, if Duan Lingtian agreed to the life-or-death battle, no one would be able to help Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian's death battle with Fan. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's death battle shocked many people. Duan Lingtian, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder, Duan Duel, Fan, Duan Ling Tian. Even the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder was shocked by Fan Shi's words. He instinctively asked for confirmation. Duan Ling Tian had to be careful. If he made a mistake, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame.
Yes.
Fan Shi replied. Then, he continued to say in a clear voice, Now, all of you can bear witness to this. An uproar broke out among the crowd when they heard Fan Shi's words. Earlier, Fan Shi's words could be said to be a casual remark from him. However, now that the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder had questioned Fan Shi about this matter, it was clear that Fan Shi had agreed to it. Duan Ling Tian, I hope you're not only good at talking. Han Yunjin glanced at Duan Ling Tian indifferently before he left with Xiao Chengyi. Before he left, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with contempt, disdain, and mockery. It was as though he was trying to provoke Duan Ling Tian. How could Duan Ling Tian not see through Han Yunjin's intentions? However, so what? Could it be that he, Duan Ling Tian, was afraid of Fan Shi? Little junior brother, don't agree to it. Sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly and said in a deep voice. He knew Han Yunjin was one of the 5 great prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Since he was so confident in Fan Shi, it meant he was confident Fan Shi would win. Little junior brother, you'll have plenty of chances in the future. Fourth senior sister, Wen Wan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression on her face. She was the one who understood Han Yunjin the best among everyone present. After all, she had given her heart to Han Yunjin back then. Even her body was only one step away. For this reason, he knew Han Yunjin was a meticulous person who would not do anything he was not confident in. Little junior brother, where there's life, there's hope. Even Hu Mei, Duan Ling Tian's third senior sister, who was as angry as a tigress earlier, had a solemn expression on her face when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Although she did not like Han Yunjin, she knew Han Yunjin was not as simple as he seemed. Moreover, Fan Shi had challenged Duan Ling Tian to a battle to the death. It was obvious Fan Shi intended to kill Duan Ling Tian openly. Ever since the incident with her fourth junior sister, the disciples of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor had become enemies. As for the reason Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill their little junior brother, it was obvious he did not want to see another outstanding prodigious disciple in their faction. Based on Duan Ling Tian's current talent, he would not be inferior to their second senior brother in the future. In fact, he might even surpass their faction in the great world. After all, Han Yunjin could not allow Duan Ling Tian to grow and become a threat to him in the future. Duan Ling Tian, what do you think? At the same time, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder's gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian. There was a questioning look in his eyes. Naturally, you can choose to refuse. However, if you refuse, it'll be equivalent to admitting defeat. If you agree, you'll have to fight Fan Shi to the death to end the battle. After the elder finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, since Fan Shi dares to challenge you to a battle to the death, it means he's confident in winning. I'm sure he has a trump card up his sleeves. I advise you to refuse. The elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion advised. Thank you, elder. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to the Sword Trial Pavilion's elder as he disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the death arena where Fan Shi had died. Duan Ling Tian and Fan Shi stood facing each other. Although Duan Ling Tian did not respond to the elder from the beginning until the end, his actions were a response to the elder's words. He, Duan Ling Tian, had accepted the challenge. I thought you're too afraid to accept the challenge. Fan Shi had a thin figure and a cold expression on his face. When he saw Duan Ling Tian had teleported in front of him, a rare smile appeared on his face. I'm not Han Yunjin. Why would I not accept the challenge? Duan Ling Tian replied with a faint smile on his face. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had heard from Hong Fei that his second senior brother, Lu Ji, had challenged Han Yunjin to a battle to the death. Moreover, they had challenged each other several times. However, each time, Han Yunjin had rejected the challenge. However, I didn't expect there would be someone like you who would dare to challenge me to a battle to the death. I thought all of you were a bunch of cowards like your eldest senior brother, Han Yunjin. Duan Lingtian's smile widened when he reached the end of his sentence. A hint of mockery could be seen on his face. This brat has a death wish. Han Yunjin's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had a cruel smile on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian entering the prodigy arena. When he sensed the mocking gazes on him, he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Fan Shi. "Fourth junior brother, kill him as fast as you can. I don't want to see him alive for even a second longer." Han Yunjin's voice was filled with killing intent. "Don't worry, eldest senior brother. He's definitely going to die," Fan Shi replied confidently through voice transmission. It was as though he could already see himself winning. Duan Lingtian stared indifferently at Fan Shi with a carefree and fearless expression. Even if Fan Shi was the manifestation of the celestial tree and possessed extraordinary innate talent and comprehension ability, so what? After all, Duan Lingtian was not even 300 years old yet. If he was afraid of Duan Lingtian, how was he supposed to continue living in the future? How was he supposed to break into the divine offering land and rescue his wife, Li Fei, and his family and friends? "Duan Lingtian, I'll give you 10 breaths to make your final arrangements. After 10 breaths, I'll make my move," Fan Shi said indifferently. "If I make my move, I'll take your life within 20 breaths." Meanwhile, a commotion broke out among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples when they saw Duan Lingtian entering the prodigy arena. Duan Lingtian accepted the challenge? It seems like he's very confident in himself. Confident? So what? Is Fan Shi not confident in himself as well? If Fan Shi isn't confident, why would he challenge Duan Lingtian? A battle to the death between two prodigious disciples. It's been a long time since something like this has happened in the Heavenly Pool Palace, right? In the past, Lu Ji, the second disciple of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, challenged Han Yunjin, the first disciple of the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, to a battle to the death. However, Han Yunjin rejected the challenge. While the onlookers were in an uproar, Su Lang's 3 disciples could only smile wryly on their faces. "Why didn't little junior brother listen to us?" Hong Fei asked angrily. At this moment, when Huan instinctively glanced at Huan Er's expression was calm. It was as though she did not care about Duan Lingtian's challenge at all. "Sister Huan aren't you worried?" When Huan asked curiously. At this moment, Humei looked at Huan with a strange expression on her face. After all, her junior brother's confidant should be worried when she saw her junior brother in a life-or-death situation. However, Huan did not seem worried at all. "Why should I be worried?" When Huan Humei, and Hong Fei were dumbfounded by Huan response. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 3279. 10 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. Under the gazes of everyone present, Fan Shi's figure flashed, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that vanished into the sky. He moved with the wind as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a shadow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Most of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples could not even catch Fan Shi's movements since his speed was too fast. However, at this moment, many people with higher cultivation bases discovered something. Fan Shi has broken through and become a 6-combo Celestial Lord? A 6-combo Celestial Lord who has comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Wind to the Mastery stage. Is Fan Shi really less than 300 years old? His innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying. Even if plants take human form, it's rare for them to have such strength, right? More and more disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace looked at Fan Shi with a pitiful expression on their faces when they discovered his cultivation base. Based on Fan Shi's current strength, he could easily defeat Lu Jian, who had been killed by Duan Lingtian a month ago. It was highly likely that Lu Jian had been careless when Duan Lingtian killed Lu Jian. With Fan Shi's current strength, even if Lu Jian was careless, Fan Shi would still be able to kill Lu Jian before Lu Jian admitted defeat. Now that Fan Shi's cultivation base had reached the level of a 6-combo Celestial Lord, his strength had increased by a level as well. "Fan Shi, has broken through? Hong Fei's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Fan Qi, who was ranked first among the prodigious disciples between the age of 200 to 300 years old, had become a 6-combos celestial lord instead of a 5-elements celestial lord. Whether it was Hu Mei or Wan Er's expression, both of them became solemn at this moment. Their hearts were also suspended in their throats. Huan Er, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. Duan Lingtian? You'll die today. Han Yunjin sneered. At the same time, Huang Lunan, the disciple of the martial dragon celestial emperor, Gu Changjiang, and Lei Jun, the disciple of the merciless celestial emperor, Lei Ying, were also sneering. They wished for nothing more than for Fan Qi to kill Duan Lingtian immediately. That's all you got? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already high up in the sky. At the same time, as Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold, waves of rolling spatial power raged on his body. For the first time, Duan Lingtian displayed all 7 of his space law profundities at the major completion stage, except for the instant movement profundity. Wong, 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 Wong. 9-dimensional decapitators shot out of the spatial rifts like ghosts. Combined with the various profound truths of the law of space at major completion, they swept across the area. Imprisonment. The entire space around Fan Qi had been sealed by Duan Lingtian. Humph. Fan Qi snorted coldly. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the wind elemental profundity surged out of his body. Wong, 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 Wong. The wind was as sharp as a blade as it tore through the void, trying to cut through Duan Lingtian's space shackles. However, before the wind could even get close to the space shackles, Duan Lingtian had already comprehended the other profundities from the law of space and blocked Fan Qi's attack. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian's profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended to the mastery stage easily overpowered Fan Qi's attack. Boom, 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 boom. The waves of raging and sharp wind were quickly crushed by the waves of restless spatial energy, suppressing it in all directions. The 9-dimensional decapitators seemed to be invincible. No matter how strong Fan Qi's attack was, it could easily destroy it. How powerful! Duan Lingtian has completely suppressed Fan Qi. Am I seeing things? Apart from the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage, Duan Lingtian's other profundities from the law of space have all been comprehended to the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space isn't inferior to Fan Qi's comprehension of the law of wind. Moreover, the profundities that Duan Lingtian has comprehended to the mastery stage are all offensive profundities. On the other hand, Fan Qi has yet to comprehend an offensive profundity from the law of wind to the mastery stage. It's useless even if Fan Qi has comprehended that profundity. The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. The teleportation profundity doesn't have much of an effect on offensive profundity. It's easy for Duan Lingtian to suppress Fan Qi. That's right. The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws that's famous for being difficult to comprehend. Duan Lingtian has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Moreover, he hasn't comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. Who knows, he might have comprehended it to the mastery stage as well. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed had exceeded everyone's expectations. No one had expected Duan Lingtian to possess such strength. It seems like Lu Jian's death a month ago wasn't a fluke. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, if Lu Jian hadn't been prepared and admitted defeat in time, it would have been difficult for him to escape alive. The power of the law of space is too domineering. Moreover, Duan Lingtian has comprehended all the offensive profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. His strength has already completely crushed Fan Qi. Looks like Fan Qi is going to fail miserably at an easy task today. That's not necessarily the case. Fan Qi hasn't used his celestial tree's true form yet. Beings like him usually have other trump cards up their sleeves. Otherwise, why would he recklessly engage in a deathmatch with Duan Lingtian? Although Duan Lingtian's strength is shocking, I'm sure Fan Qi has long been prepared for this, While the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples discussed among themselves, Hu Mei, Wan Wan and Hong Fei were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Little junior brother is so strong? No wonder Lu Jian died in his hands. Hong Fei and the other two were shocked. However, although Duan Lingtian was crushing Fan Qi with all his might, they still could not relax. After all, Fan Qi was not human. He was a celestial tree in human form. Therefore, they were certain Duan Lingtian's true form had other powerful techniques. What a surprise! Han Yunjin's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If this Duan Lingtian grows stronger, he'll become another Lu Ji. We can't let him grow stronger. Although he's strong now, it won't be difficult for fourth junior brother to kill him if he reverts to his true form. Han Yunjin was very confident in Fan Qi. At the same time, Huang Lunan and Lei Jun's expressions were unsightly. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. However, despite Duan Lingtian's strength, they still placed their hopes on Fan Qi. They were confident Fan Qi would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian if he relied on his true form. I didn't expect this. The Sword Trial Pavilion's elder who was in charge of presiding over the deathmatch could not help but sigh. He was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. At the same time, he realized Lu Jian's death a month ago was not an accident. Duan Lingtian. Fan Qi cried out in a deep voice. Faced with Duan Lingtian's endless attacks, he had been suppressed by Duan Lingtian all this while. Your strength is truly shocking. However, it's time for all of this to end. As soon as Fan Qi finished speaking, the eyes of the spectators, from the prodigious disciples and the Sword Trial Pavilion's elders to the ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace, lit up immediately. They knew Fan Qi was going to use his true strength. In the past, we only knew Fan Qi was a transformed celestial tree. However, we don't know what kind of celestial tree he is. If it's an ordinary celestial tree, I'm afraid Fan Qi won't be a match for Duan Lingtian. Based on Fan Qi's confidence, do you think his true form is an ordinary celestial tree? While the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were still speculating, Fan Qi, who was at the center of Duan Lingtian's attacks, began to emit green energy from his body. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fan Qi disappeared and was replaced by a constantly growing tree. In the beginning, the tree was only as tall as Fan Qi. However, in just a blink of an eye, it grew taller and taller until it reached the heavens. Not only that, but it had also shackled Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles as it transformed into a towering tree. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At first glance, this tree looked like a thick and solid pine tree. However, its branches and leaves were exactly the same as those of a willow tree. Is this the pine willow divine tree? Heavens! The pine willow divine tree is comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. Although it's not comparable to a divine beast, it's not far from it. It's said that each branch of the pine willow divine tree contains immense strength. When multiple branches are thrown out at the same time, their strength will resonate. It's not as simple as 1 plus 1. It's obvious that Fan Qi managed to break Duan Lingtian's space shackles as soon as he transformed into his true form. This is something he hasn't done before. I didn't expect Fan Qi's true form to be a top-tier celestial tree like the pine willow divine tree. Duan Lingtian is in danger. With this true form, Fan Qi's strength is not inferior to his two primary offensive profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. Even if Duan Lingtian has comprehended the law of space, he won't be able to withstand such strength. Duan Lingtian is only a human. How can he fight the pine willow divine tree? When Fan Qi transformed into his true form, an uproar broke out among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. After all, most of them recognized Fan Qi's true form. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the willow branches on the pine willow divine tree lashed out like whips and formed a cage around Duan Lingtian, trapping him within. The pine willow divine tree stood there with its countless branches that looked like tentacles. It seemed to be able to turn the tables and control the situation. Chapter 3280. Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that you're very strong. To be able to comprehend the profundities from the law of space at such a young age, I have to admit that you're a peerless genius among humans. A distorted face suddenly appeared on the side of the pine willow divine tree. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was Fan Shi's face. At this moment, Fan Shi was speaking in his true form as he said to Duan Lingtian, "However, you're destined to die in my hands today. My true form is the pine willow divine tree. With my true form strength and the profundities from the law of wind that I've comprehended, there are only a handful of prodigies in the heavenly pool palace who are below the celestial emperor realm. As for those prodigious disciples below the celestial emperor realm, none of them will be able to stop me." Fan Shi spoke in his true form. His voice was loud like a bell, and his tone was filled with confidence. It was as though he had already defeated Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect Fan Shi's true form to be the pine willow divine tree. Huang Lunan's eyes glowed brightly. He could already see Duan Lingtian being killed by Fan Shi. Lei Jun's eyes lit up when he saw Fan Shi's true form. Earlier, when Fan Shi was at a disadvantage against Duan Lingtian, Lei Jun's heart skipped a beat. However, now that Fan Shi had transformed into the pine willow divine tree, he was certain Fan Shi would win. After all, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Fan Shi, who had transformed into the pine willow divine tree. Duan Lingtian will definitely die. Lei Jun thought to himself as he looked at the white figure in the distance. A hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. The pine willow divine tree? Not far from her, Hong Fei, Hu Mei, and Wen Er's expressions changed drastically. Although they knew Fan Shi was a transformed celestial tree, they did not know what kind of celestial tree he was. However, when they saw Fan Shi's true form, the pine willow divine tree, they realized Fan Shi was a tree spirit that was comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. After such an existence transformed into its true form, its strength was not inferior to a peak immortal beast that had transformed into its human form. Fan Shi is actually a transformed pine willow divine tree. No wonder he's so confident. Hong Fei's chubby face trembled as he said bitterly, "Send a message to teacher to see if he can end this battle." Although Hu Mei and Wenwan's true form, Hu Mei and Wenwan, they still could not help but send a message to Su Lang to inform him of the battle. They too informed Su Lang's to inform him of the current situation. Of the two celestial sect, Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian divine tree. Apart from the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage, Duan Lingtian has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Duan to Duan Tian to oven. Was Duan. Bang. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Lang left the place where he had been cultivating. It didn't take long for him to appear in the vicinity of the Heaven's Proud Sun Arena, beside Hu Mei and the others. "Teacher, you came at the right time. Hurry and stop this battle. If this battle continues, junior brother will most likely die," Hong Fei said as soon as Su Lang appeared. "With little junior brother's innate talent and comprehension ability, I'm sure he'll become a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly pool palace in the future. It's not worth it for him to die here," Hong Fei said. A battle to the death? However, when he found out that Duan Lingtian and Fan Shi had agreed to a battle of life and death, Su Lang could not help but frown slightly. Even if he was a titled celestial emperor of the heavenly pool palace, he was not allowed to interfere in the battle. "Su Lang is here?" As soon as Su Lang appeared, Han Yunjin noticed him and immediately sent a message to him. Naturally, he did not send the message to his teacher, the profound heaven celestial emperor. His teacher was not in the heavenly pool palace recently. Instead, he sent the message to Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor. Gu Changjiang was his teacher's junior brother, and he addressed Gu Changjiang as junior uncle. "Tell your teacher to come as well. Tell him I asked him to come," Su Lang said to Xiao Chengyi after informing Gu Changjiang. Xiao Chengyi did not hesitate to send a message to his teacher. Soon after, Gu Changjiang and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor arrived as well. The Misty Wave Celestial Emperor was a young man dressed in a black robe. He had an ordinary appearance and was one of those who would not stand out in a crowd. "Su Lang, since it's a battle of life and death, it's only natural that no one is allowed to interfere. Don't tell me you're here to stop the battle? Gu Changjiang's eyes immediately fell on Su Lang as he said in a clear voice. His loud voice attracted the attention of many people. The verdant prairie celestial emperor, Su Lang, is here to stop the life-or-death battle? I think he's here to save Duan Tian. I agree. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace shifted their attention to Fan Shi, who was fighting Duan Tian after glancing at Su Lang. In their opinion, since the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor were here, it was impossible for the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor to stop the battle. Su Lang, this disciple of yours is not bad. Unfortunately, he's going to die here today. Gu Changjiang said meaningfully as he glanced at Duan Tian, who was fighting with Fan Shi's true body. Then, he looked at Su Lang meaningfully. Su Lang, you're really lucky to be able to recruit such a disciple. Unfortunately, he won't live long. The Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor smiled faintly as he looked at Su Lang. He was not close to Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. On the contrary, he was close to the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Therefore, he had come today because of Profound Heaven's former emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially rushed over. Humph. Su Lang's expression turned unsightly when he saw the two titled Celestial Emperors trying to stop him. With Gu Changjiang and Hong Fei here, it was impossible for him to stop the battle even if he wanted to. Why did these two fellows come here at this time? Hong Fei asked with an unsightly expression on his face. It's obvious that this is Han Yunjin's doing. He can't wait to see little junior brother killed by Fan Shi. Hu Mei said in a deep voice, Brother Ling Tian. Huan looked at Ling Tian. She looked at Duan Tian, who was dodging Fan Shi's attacks. Duan Tian cut a sorry figure. She discovered that up until now, Ling Tian had not used the power of the 5 divine elements. Nevertheless, she could understand why Duan Tian was acting this way. After all, Huan knew Ling Tian could not reveal the existence of the 5 divine elements. Otherwise, he would be killed. Duan Tian, do you only know how to run? After a few dozen breaths, Fan Shi managed to trap Duan Tian in a confined space. However, none of his attacks landed on Duan Tian. Duan Tian's figure flickered as he continued to dodge Fan Shi's attacks using the teleportation profundity. Gradually, Fan Shi lost his patience and cried out, All right. Upon hearing Fan Shi's words, Duan Tian came to a halt and said indifferently, Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Fulfill my wish? I'd like to see how you're going to fulfill my wish. Fan Shi sneered. As soon as Fan Shi finished speaking, Duan Tian's figure flashed as he teleported again and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was standing next to a thick tree branch next to Fan Shi. He placed his hand on the branch. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Almost at the same time when Duan Tian approached Fan Shi's main body, Fan Shi's attack, the willow branches, tore through the air like whips and swept toward Duan Tian in a menacing manner. However, Duan Tian did not have the slightest intention of dodging Fan Shi's fierce attack. A power that was filled with life swept out from the miniature world within his body. When the power came into contact with Fan Shi's body, it devoured the power within Fan Shi's body to its heart's content like a greedy beast that devoured everything in his body. The Pine Willow Divine Tree? It's comparable to a top-tier celestial beast? A sneer appeared on Duan Tian's face as he thought to himself, Fan Shi probably didn't expect there's a divine tree of life in my little world, right? The divine tree of life is the king of all trees in this world. A mere pine willow divine tree doesn't deserve to be called a divine tree. At this moment, the energy from the divine tree of life in Duan Tian's little world transformed into a terrifying devouring force that sucked all the nutrients out of Fan Shi's body. Boom, 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 boom. After the nutrients in the pine willow divine tree were sucked dry, its strength was greatly reduced. Fan Shi's attack on Duan Tian fell from the sky and landed on the Prodigy Arena, causing cracks to appear on the Prodigy Arena. The cracks intertwined with each other. At first glance, it looked like a spider web. It was dazzling and eye-catching. You. Fan Shi had unknowingly returned to his human form. However, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Earlier, the energy from Duan Lingtian's body seemed to be his nemesis. It had sucked all the nutrients out of his body in just a blink of an eye. The nutrients in his body were like his blood essence that had been sucked dry. Half of his life had been taken away as well. At this moment, he did not even have the strength to use his celestial origin energy. What's that thing? Fan Shi asked unwillingly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported behind Fan Shi. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Fan Shi, the divine tree of life. Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Fan Shi's pupils constricted rapidly, and his face was filled with shock and horror. No wonder. Chapter 3281. Almost at the same time when Fan Shinan's face was filled with shock and horror as he muttered in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, who appeared behind him, made his move. Bang! Without any fancy technique, Duan Lingtian's palm landed on Fan Shi's body. It seemed simple, but Fan Shi was unable to dodge it. It was not that Fan Shi did not want to dodge, but it was impossible for him to do so in his current state. As soon as Duan Lingtian's palm landed on Fan Shi's body, the tyrannical spatial energy tore Fan Shi apart. In just a blink of an eye, Fan Shi was reduced to a bloody mist that fell to the ground. Eldest senior brother, Duan Lingtian, is alive. Before Fan Shi died, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to his eldest senior brother, Han Yunjin, the profound heaven celestial emperor's eldest disciple. However, before he could finish speaking, he was killed by Duan Lingtian's palm strike. Everything happened in the blink of an eye on the Prodigy Arena. It happened so fast that the onlookers could not react in time. By the time they regained their senses, only a purple figure was left standing on the Prodigy's arena. He was as majestic as a celestial being. Fan Shi is dead? Heavens! Fan Shi is a 6-combo celestial lord who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wind to the mastery stage. Moreover, his true form is a pine willow divine tree. How could he be killed by Duan Lingtian? Based on Fan Shi's strength, apart from the top 5 prodigious disciples, I'm afraid there aren't many people in the heavenly pool palace who's a match for him. Is Duan Lingtian really that strong? The scene earlier was slightly strange. I wonder what technique Duan Lingtian used on Fan Shi that actually caused him to revert back to his human form in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian must have used some mysterious technique. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to kill Fan Shi in such a strange manner. The disciples of the heavenly pool palace were in an uproar. None of them had expected the battle between Duan Lingtian and Fan Shi to end in such a manner. In the beginning, the two of them had prepared for a death duel. When Fan Shi revealed his cultivation base as a 6-combo celestial lord, everyone thought that Duan Lingtian would not be a match for him. Then, Duan Lingtian displayed his powerful law of space and suppressed Fan Shi, making everyone feel that Duan Lingtian had a high chance of winning. Of course, at that time, there were also some people who felt that Fan Shi was holding back. After that, Fan Shi transformed into his true form, and the pine willow divine tree appeared before everyone's eyes. This allowed everyone to understand the source of Fan Shi's confidence. Just when everyone thought that Fan Shi, who had transformed into the true form of the pine willow divine tree, could easily kill Duan Lingtian, an inconceivable scene appeared. Duan Lingtian had only casually touched the pine willow divine tree's body. Then, as if it had met its nemesis, the pine willow divine tree instantly transformed into Fan Shi's human form. Then, Duan Lingtian teleported to Fan Shi's side and killed Fan Shi with a palm strike. Little junior brother killed Fan Shi? After Hong Fei came back to his senses, his eyes, which had been squeezed very small by his fat face, suddenly narrowed, and a bright smile appeared on his face. After all, he had broken out in cold sweat for his little junior brother earlier. If his little junior brother had died, he would definitely blame himself. Previously, Hong Fei's little junior brother had a conflict with Lu Jian mainly because of him. Otherwise, Hong Fei would not have been able to kill Lu Jian and obtain the opportunity to challenge Fan Shi today. Little junior brother is so powerful? Mei was shocked. Although she had thought Hong Fei's little junior brother was quite strong, she was even more shocked when she saw Hong Fei killing Fan Shi, who had transformed into his true form. After all, even she was not confident that she would be able to defeat Fan Shi in his true form. It was more likely that they would end up in a draw. Little junior brother, even when Wan who had always been gentle and quiet, revealed a trace of surprise on her beautiful face at this moment. Only Su Lang looked at Duan Tian as if he was lost in thought. Just now, the method that Duan Tian used to force Fan Shi to return to his human form was something that even he couldn't see through. However, he discovered that, as Duan Tian placed his hand on the trunk of the pine willow divine tree, Fan Shi's aura seemed to wither in an instant. Then, he returned to his human form. Furthermore, Fan Shi, who had returned to his human form, was in a very weak state. At that time, even the weakest sixth junior brother, Hong Fei, would be able to easily kill him, let alone this extremely powerful seventh disciple. On the other side, how is this possible? Han Yunjin was still in a daze when he heard Fan Shi's last message. Now that he saw Fan Shi being killed by Duan Tian, his expression changed and his eyes turned cold. How could Duan Tian be so strong? Killing intent flashed in Han Yunjin's eyes as he looked at Duan Tian. Apart from Fan Shi, even Xiao Chong-yi, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor were dumbfounded. They did not expect this outcome. In fact, they found it hard to believe. This was especially true for the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor, who were both titled Celestial Emperors. They had come to stop Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, from interfering in the Duel of Death. The reason they came was because Duan Tian would definitely die. That was why they were worried Su Lang would intervene, since Duan Tian was Su Lang's disciple. However, the scene that had just transpired made them feel that their arrival was nothing more than a joke. Duan Tian would survive without Su Lang's interference. Damn it! How could Duan Tian be so strong? Huang Lunan's expression was unsightly. He finally realized that Duan Tian was not just slightly stronger than him. Instead, Duan Tian was stronger than him in every aspect. Huang Lunan's expression was unsightly, and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. After all, based on the current situation, Duan Tian had shown mercy when he attacked Huang Lunan. Lei Jun scoffed before he turned around and left. He had wanted to see Duan Tian being defeated by Fan Shi. After Fan Shi's life or death battle, he was even more certain that Duan Tian would die. However, he did not expect Duan Tian to not only survive, but he even managed to kill Fan Shi. Most importantly, Duan Tian was shocked. Even Lei Jun would not be able to defeat Fan Shi in such a short time if he fought Duan Tian head-on. But that Duan Tian obviously used some special technique in the end, and it seemed like he was able to restrain Fan Shi. His technique might have worked on Fan Shi, but it might not work on me. If I were to fight him, I'd definitely kill him within 3 breaths. Although Duan Tian had displayed extraordinary strength, Lei Jun did not think much of Duan Tian. In his opinion, Duan Tian was merely a mere celestial lord. Before fourth junior brother died, he said Duan Tian had some life or something. I wonder what that means. Han Yunjin thought to himself as he looked at Duan Tian from afar. He recalled the voice transmission that his fourth junior brother, Fan Shi, had sent him before he died. Han Yunjin. At this moment, Duan Tian walked towards Su Lang and the others. He looked at Han Yunjin and said indifferently, "Your fourth junior brother isn't that strong. Didn't you say I'd definitely die if I were to fight him? Looks like your eyes are really not just blind." Duan Tian sneered as killing intent flashed in his eyes. If there were no one around, he would have used all his strength and techniques to kill Han Yunjin. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples instinctively turned to look at Han Yunjin. Senior brother Han Yunjin said those words to Duan Tian? It's normal. Senior brother Han Yunjin probably didn't expect Duan Tian to be able to kill Fan Shi. Even so, Han Yunjin has been slapped in the face this time. Han Yunjin's expression turned unsightly when he heard the discussions among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. He looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said disdainfully, Duan Lingtian, although I don't know how you killed my fourth junior brother, you're not qualified to act arrogantly in front of me. Is that so? Duan Lingtian looked at Han Yunjin meaningfully before he smirked. In that case, why don't we have a life-or-death battle? Humph. Han Yunjin scoffed. Sure, we can have a life-or-death battle, but I can't wait for too long. Even he was wary of Duan Lingtian's innate talent. If he gave Duan Lingtian a few hundred years, he would not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was like an ant to him. Let's have a life-or-death battle in the Heavenly Pool Despair 1 year from now. Do you dare to accept? A sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he asked. The Heavenly Pool Despairs were one of the training grounds in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Only 2 people could enter each Heavenly Pool Despairs, and they would compete against each other. Naturally, they could also fight in the Heavenly Pool Despair. Those outside the Heavenly Pool Despair would not be able to see what was happening in the Heavenly Pool Despair. They would only be able to see the results through the screen formed by the formation. Apart from that, one could not rely on external forces in the Heavenly Pool Despair. Even celestial weapons could not be used, let alone celestial talismans and celestial pills. One could not even bring a defensive celestial weapon into the Heavenly Pool Despair. The Heavenly Pool Despair? Han Yunjin's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would choose such a place to have a life-or-death battle with him. Although he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he was not a reckless person. Earlier, it was obvious Duan Lingtian had used some mysterious technique to kill his fourth junior brother Fanchi. Even he could not see through the technique. Moreover, he had asked the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor about it through voice transmission. In his opinion, this was not the case. There was definitely something fishy about Duan Lingtian inviting him to such a secluded place for a battle. Chapter 3282. As one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Han Yunjin was far more meticulous than ordinary prodigious disciples. When Duan Lingtian mentioned fighting to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory, Han Yunjin thought there was something fishy going on. Naturally, there was also the possibility that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying him, so he would not dare to accept the challenge. However, to be safe, he did not agree to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory. Duan Lingtian, if you want to fight to the death, why do you have to do it in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory? Everyone's attention was focused on Han Yunjin when he heard Duan Lingtian's challenge. At this moment, Han Yunjin glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said emotionlessly, Duan Lingtian, let's fight to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory. It's fine if we fight in the Prodigy Arena. Moreover, the junior brothers and sisters in the Heavenly Pool Palace will be able to watch us fight in the Prodigy Arena. This is beneficial to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Han Yunjin's words were flawless. Not only did he not refuse Duan Lingtian's request to fight to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory, but he even said he wanted to fight to the death in the Heavenly Pool's extreme territory for the sake of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. Upon hearing Han Yunjin's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. It seems like Han Yunjin has realized something. After all, he's one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It would be strange if he's so easily fooled. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In that case, you don't have to wait for a year. I'll give you 3 years. After 3 years, we'll fight to the death in the Prodigy Arena. What do you think? Han Yunjin said with a mocking smile on his face. Of course, if you don't have the guts, you're free to refuse. 3 years. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Han Yunjin's words. He was confident that he would be able to kill Han Yunjin with the help of the 5 divine elements. However, killing Han Yunjin would reveal the existence of the 5 divine elements in his body. If they were in the Heavenly Lake Despairs, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. However, if he revealed his 5 divine elements on the Prodigy Arena, there was no doubt the other titled Celestial Emperors would notice his 5 divine elements. Even Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, might not be able to resist the temptation of the 5 divine elements. killing him openly in 3 years. With my strength, I can't do it. At this moment, Duanling Tian's mood became slightly heavy. Just as Duanling Tian was thinking of an excuse to refuse, the voice of one of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water, rang out in his body. Little Tian, say yes. Duanling Tian was stunned by the sudden voice of the world-cleansing divine water. However, he knew that the world-cleansing divine water would not harm him. All right. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duanling Tian felt reassured. He looked at Han Yunjin and said indifferently, 3 years later, we'll have a life-or-death duel in the Prodigy Arena. I only hope you won't be afraid to show up at that time. Han Yunjin's eyes widened in shock. He had thought Duanling Tian would not dare to accept the duel. He did not expect Duanling Tian would agree to the duel after a brief moment of hesitation. Instantly, his expression turned grave. What? You're the one who initiated the life-or-death duel, and now you're afraid to accept the duel? Duanling Tian laughed mockingly. The other disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace looked at Han Yunjin with a mocking expression on their faces. How can Han Yunjin be so easily fooled by Duanling Tian? He's the one who initiated the life-or-death duel. It'll be a joke if he doesn't dare to accept it. It seems like he's afraid of Duanling Tian. How laughable. Han Yunjin's expression darkened when he overheard the discussions among the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Senior brother Han, just accept the duel. At this moment, Xiao Chengyi, who was standing at the side, sent a voice transmission to Han Yunjin. That brat might be bluffing. He's waiting for you to reject the duel. If you reject the duel, your reputation in the Heavenly Pool Palace will plummet. Xiao Chengyi said. How could Han Yunjin not understand Xiao Chengyi's words? However, if he accepted the duel, what if he was not a match for Duanling Tian and was killed by Duanling Tian in 3 years' time? It was a gamble whether he accepted the duel or not. On one hand, it was his reputation. On the other hand, it was his life. At this moment, Han Yunjin was in a dilemma. Of course, in the depths of his heart, he was more inclined towards the fact that it was impossible for Duanling Tian to possess the strength to openly defeat him after 3 years. After taking a deep breath, Han Yunjin communicated with the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor through voice transmission. Duanling Tian's technique is only effective on plants and trees, right? Although the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor could not figure out how Duanling Tian had drained the vitality of the Pine Willow Divine Tree with the help of the Divine Tree of Life's energy, they were certain that they were qualified to be duped. However, as titled Celestial Emperors, they could vaguely tell that Duanling Tian was using the Divine Tree of Life to kill plants and trees. Moreover, as long as we don't get close to him, Duanling Tian might not be able to use the technique. After learning this from the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Misty Wave Celestial Emperor, Han Yunjin turned to look at Duanling Tian. If you want to reject the duel, just reject it. There's no need to take so long to consider it, right? The sneer on Duanling Tian's face widened. Reject? Han Yunjin sneered. Why should I reject the duel? In 3 years' time, I, Han Yunjin, will have a life-or-death duel with you, Duanling Tian, in the Prodigy Arena. Today, everyone here can bear witness to this. If you don't dare to show up, don't embarrass yourself in the Heavenly Pool Palace anymore. Not only did Han Yunjin agree to a life-or-death duel with Duanling Tian in 3 years' time in the Prodigy Arena, but he had also pushed himself and Duanling Tian into the limelight. All right. Duanling Tian looked at Han Yunjin meaningfully before he turned around and walked towards Su Lang and the others. From the beginning until the end, Duanling Tian's expression remained calm. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. However, when Duanling Tian agreed to the duel, the expressions of Hu Mei and Hong Fei changed drastically. 3 years. 3 years is too short. Why did little junior brother agree to the duel? Both of them thought Duanling Tian was only trying to embarrass Han Yunjin by challenging him to a 3-year life-or-death duel. If Han Yunjin did not agree to the duel, they could mock him. However, now that Han Yunjin had agreed to the duel, they thought Duanling Tian had failed to scare Han Yunjin. Although Duanling Tian had displayed extraordinary strength earlier, he was still far from being a match for Han Yunjin. Han Yunjin was the first disciple of Celestial Emperor Qing Xian. Apart from being a Celestial Emperor, he had also comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Fire to the Greater Mastery stage. His strength was only slightly inferior to their second senior brother. As one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Han Yunjin was ranked in the top 5 among the 100 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although their little junior brother was strong, he was not even 300 years old. Moreover, he was a human through and through. In all 81 Devata realms, there were only a handful of people who were capable of defeating Han Yunjin at this age. Teacher. After Duanling Tian returned, he nodded and smiled at Su Lang as a greeting. Are you confident? Su Lang asked. If I'm not confident, I wouldn't have challenged him. Duanling Tian replied with a smile. Although they did not know where Duanling Tian's confidence came from, Hu Mei and Hong Fei felt relieved when they heard Duanling Tian's words. After all, they were not optimistic about their little junior brother's chances of defeating Fan Qi. However, their little junior brother had one. Huan let's go. Duanling Tian called out to Huan before leaving the prodigy arena with Su Lang and the others. After Duanling Tian and the others left, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Duanling Tian and Han Yunjin are going to have a life-or-death duel in the prodigy arena? This is going to be interesting. Since Duanling Tian dares to challenge Han Yunjin to a life-or-death duel, it means he's confident in his strength. That's not necessarily true. After all, Duanling Tian is only a human. With his age, it's almost impossible for him to defeat senior brother Han Yunjin. After the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace left the prodigy arena, news of Duanling Tian and Han Yunjin's life-or-death duel in 3 years spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Pool Palace. On this day, many people in the Heavenly Pool Palace witnessed Duanling Tian's strength. After all, Duanling Tian was the strongest among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 200 to 300 years old. Big Sister Shui, are you confident that I'll be able to defeat and kill Han Yunjin in 3 years' time? After Duanling Tian returned to his cultivation place, he sat down cross-legged and asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. What's the world-cleansing divine water? If you're not confident, I wouldn't have asked you to accept the duel. The world-cleansing divine water smiled. I don't want you to throw your life away because of a moment of anger. Sister Shui, with my current strength, I can kill him with your help. However, I'll expose you if I do that. However, without your help, it'll be difficult for me to kill him in 3 years. Duanling Tian voiced his concerns. I know. The world-cleansing divine water said. However, that was in the past. Now that the divine tree of life has absorbed the vitality of the pine willow divine tree, it can grant you the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. 3 years is enough for you to refine the vitality of the pine willow divine tree and form the godly image avatar. Moreover, at that time, they will only think that you obtained something else to be able to form the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. There are many ways to form the godly image avatar in this world. However, none of them can be replicated. Therefore, you won't have to worry about powerhouses targeting you at that time. End of chapter. Chapter 3283. Godly Image Avatar? Duanling Tian frowned slightly. Sister Water. What's that? I can't explain it in a short time. You'll know once you've refined the pine willow divine tree's vitality and formed your godly image avatar, the world-cleansing divine tree replied. Duanling Tian nodded. How do I refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality? Duanling Tian asked again. If you were to refine it normally, even if you were to neglect food and sleep, it would still take you at least 10 years. Of course, there is a place that can help you completely refine it within a year. Duanling Tian nodded. What's that? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. He was only 3 years away from his battle with Han Yunjin. For this reason, he could not refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality through normal means. The title temple. The world-cleansing divine water replied. Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Duanling Tian's mind wandered back to the 6 southeastern regions at the border of the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. Duan Lingtian had heard about the tidal temple and learned that celestial lords and celestial emperors had to go to the tidal temple to obtain a title. For example, in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heavens, Nan Do territory, there were a few people whose strength was comparable to titled celestial emperors. However, none of them had gone to the tidal temple to obtain a title. A titled celestial lord is much more powerful than an ordinary celestial lord. To become a titled celestial lord, a celestial lord has to go to the tidal temple, one of the most sacred and mysterious forces in the Devata realms. Then, they'll have to join 9 other celestial lords who want to obtain a title. Among the 10 celestial lords who want to obtain a title, the tidal temple will bestow a title on the last surviving celestial lord. After that, the tidal temple will record the celestial lord's name in the celestial lord's record and announce it to the entire Devata realms. It's impossible for an ordinary celestial lord to stand out among the 10 celestial lords who want to be conferred a title. For this reason, the celestial lords who are conferred titles by the tidal temple are all outstanding celestial lords. Not only that, but they're also monstrous figures. He had heard these words when he was still at the border of the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. At that time, he learned that there was a force in the Devata realms that was more powerful than the heavenly emperor's force. Tidal Temple. The tidal temple is the most sacred and mysterious force in the Devata realms. It's a force that never participates in any disputes, but it's the most terrifying force in the Devata realms. In the history of the Devata realms, there were some forces that stood at the peak of the Devata realms who wanted to challenge the tidal temple. However, in the end, all of them were annihilated and disappeared from the history of the Devata realms. The tidal temple is located in all 81 Devata realms. Each Devata realm has a tidal temple branch. To become a titled celestial lord or a titled celestial emperor, one has to go to the tidal temple and pass the life and death test to obtain the tidal temple's approval. When Duan Lingtian was still in the 6 southeastern regions, he had learned that there were at least 10 celestial lords who wanted to challenge the tidal temple. In the past, there were more than 10 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who wanted to challenge the tidal temple. However, all of them died in the end. Apart from that, the tidal temple had been around since the Devata realms were founded. It was said that as the oldest force in the Devata realms, the tidal temple had many powerhouses who were stronger than 10 Directions celestial emperors. Sister Water, I heard the tidal temple has something to do with a supreme powerhouse? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He remembered that the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine earth had told him about the mysterious tidal temple. They had told him that there was a supreme expert in the tidal temple. Yes, it's related. The world-cleansing divine water said. Not only that, but the tidal temple is also a transcendental force that was established by that powerhouse. As expected, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he asked, Sister Water, how will the tidal temple help me refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality and consolidate my godly image phenomenon within a year? You'll have to participate in the life and death test to become a titled celestial lord. The world-cleansing divine water said, to become a titled celestial lord in the tidal temple, you'll have to compete with 9 other celestial lords in a secret realm. There are many tests in the secret realm that are extremely stressful and contain the will of a supreme powerhouse. In that secret realm, you'll be able to refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality much faster. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it was clear she was familiar with the trials in the tidal temple. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the world-cleansing divine water's reaction. After all, the world-cleansing divine water had been in the realms of gods for a long time. It was only natural that the world-cleansing divine water knew a lot about the realms of gods and the tidal temples. With your current strength, it won't be difficult for you to become a titled celestial lord. However, the most important thing is to refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality and consolidate your godly image phenomenon within a year, the world-cleansing divine tree said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. After Huan woke up from her cultivation, Duan Lingtian called out to Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor. Teacher, I'd like to go to the tidal temple. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush as he looked at Su Lang. You want to become a titled celestial lord? Su Lang asked.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he was not going to the title temple to become a titled celestial lord, it would be difficult for him to explain the matter of the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon. If he said he wanted to become a titled celestial lord, it would not arouse suspicion. In fact, with your strength, it'll be easy for you to become a titled celestial lord. After all, it's just a title. It's enough to scare people off in a small place, but it's nothing in a heaven-grade force. Based on Su Lang's words, it was clear he did not support Duan Lingtian's decision to become a titled celestial lord in the title temple. Moreover, the test to become a titled celestial lord in the title temple takes 6 months to 2 years. It's a waste of time for you to become a titled celestial lord. It's better for you to cultivate and prepare for your battle with Han Yunjin in 3 years, Su Lang said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Teacher, I'm not afraid of Han Yunjin. I'm confident I'll be able to defeat him now, let alone 3 years later. Duan Lingtian knew it was time for him to brag about his strength to reassure Su Lang. Otherwise, Su Lang would think that he was just wasting his time by going to the title temple. Oh. As expected, Su Lang was slightly surprised to hear Duan Lingtian's words. Teacher, please tell me where the title temple is. I want to see it for myself. Duan Lingtian said. All right, since you want to see it, I'll take you there. When Su Lang saw Duan Lingtian seemed to have made up his mind, he no longer tried to persuade him. Instead, he said he would bring Duan Lingtian to the title temple. I'll ask your senior brothers and sisters if they're interested in becoming a celestial lord. If they're interested, we can go together. As Su Lang spoke, he sent out a series of voice transmissions. Naturally, none of the voice transmissions were sent to Duan Lingtian's second senior brother, Lu Ji. He only sent them to Hu Mei, Wan Ouyang Chi Fei, and Hong Fei. After all, they were the only celestial lords among Su Lang's 7 disciples. Just for fun? Duan Lingtian's lips twitched when he heard Su Lang's words. How could Su Lang say that the trial to become a celestial lord was just for fun when he was a titled celestial emperor? Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew Su Lang only dared to say this because his senior brothers and sisters were strong enough to become celestial lords. Your 6th senior brother, Hong Fei, didn't reply. I think he's cultivating in seclusion. It seems like you've given him quite a shock. Su Lang shook his head and said with a smile. Your 5th senior brother said he's not going as well. Su Lang said, however, your 3rd senior sister and 4th senior sister said they'll go with us. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, 2 beautiful figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. One of them was a red-clad woman with a voluptuous figure, and the other was a gentle and beautiful woman. They were none other than Duan Lingtian's 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei, and 4th senior sister, Wan. Little junior brother, I heard from teacher that you want to go to the title temple to have some fun. Coincidentally, your 4th senior sister and I haven't gone to obtain a celestial lord's title yet. Let's join the fun, Hu Mei said with a faint smile as she winked at Duan Lingtian. Little junior brother, sister Huan. When Huan greeted Duan Lingtian and Huan at the same time. With 3rd senior sister and 4th senior sister tagging along, the trip won't be boring, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Sister Huan, with your strength, it won't be difficult for you to obtain a title. Why don't you try and obtain a title as well? Hu Mei suggested as she looked at Huan with a smile on her face. All right, Huan replied. Huan nodded indifferently. It seemed like she still held a grudge against Hu Mei. The title temple is quite a distance away from the heavenly pool palace. However, with me leading the way, we should be able to arrive in 2 days. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, a sword ray appeared beneath his feet and lifted Duan Lingtian and the others up. In just a blink of an eye, they left the place where Su Lang was cultivating. Swoosh! The sword ray tore through the air and left the heavenly pool palace in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced to his left and right. He could see the scenery and his surroundings receding at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that he could not even see clearly. How fast? Duan Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. Although Su Lang's speed was fast, Duan Lingtian and the others who were standing on top of the sword ray were able to maintain their balance. Moreover, Su Lang's energy was able to keep the wind at bay. It did not affect Duan Lingtian and the others at all. Chapter 3284. There was a tidal temple in every Devata realm, and all of them were located in the central territory of the Devata realm. For example, the Boundless Heavens tidal temple was located in the Boundless territory, just like the Heavenly Pool Palace. The only difference was that it was quite a distance away from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The tidal temple was located in the western part of the Boundless territory. It was located in a barren desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. Due to the lack of spirit energy here, very few people would come here. The tidal temple is right in front of us. Su Lang's calm voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears when he discovered the sword ray beneath his feet had slowed down. As soon as Su Lang's words left his mouth, a palace that stood in the middle of a boundless desert appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as though a gigantic beast was crouching there. It was visually stunning. Duan Lingtian thought to himself that this was his first time seeing such a huge palace since he came to the mundane realm. Not only did it occupy a vast area, but it was also terrifyingly tall. Although he was still far away from the palace, he was still shocked by the sight of it. In fact, as soon as he saw the palace, he felt as though his heart and soul had resonated with it. It was as though he had just been baptized. The rumors are true. There's a terrifying spiritual energy in the tidal temple. Humei exclaimed as she looked at the tidal temple. Humei looked at the tidal temple from afar and exclaimed, "Just now, when I first saw it, I felt as if my heart and soul had been baptized." Me too. When Wan chimed in. Upon hearing Humei and Wan words, Duan Lingtian knew he was not the only one who felt that way. "Of course," Su Lang said. At this moment, Su Lang spoke up. "There's no way to trace the history of the tidal temple. It has been around for too long. Most people know about it. It seems to have existed since the Devata realms existed. The tidal temple has been passed down for countless generations, and it has a supreme position in the Devata realms. Even the forces of heavenly emperors have to show it respect." Su Lang said. Duan Lingtian already knew what Su Lang said, so he wasn't surprised. Duan Lingtian looked around and saw a few figures flying in from all directions. It was obvious these people were also making their way to the tidal temple like them. Su Lang. All of a sudden, a loud and energetic voice rang out. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw a swift figure whizzing over from afar. In the blink of an eye, the figure was in the void not far from where they were. There was not only one person, there were two of them. One was a tall and sturdy old man in a loose blue robe, and the other was a thin young man in a brocade robe holding a folding fan. The one who had just spoken was the old man, Zhang Yui. Seeing the old man, Su Lang raised his eyebrows and greeted him. He then looked at the young man beside the old man and asked, "Is this the disciple you took in 100 years ago?" "Not bad." The old man nodded with a bright smile on his face. "This time, I brought this useless disciple of mine to participate in the test to become a titled celestial lord. Although he's not even 400 years old, he's already strong enough to pass the test and become a titled celestial lord." The old man's face was filled with pride when he spoke. "Su Lang, as far as I know, your youngest disciple is more than 600 years old, but he's barely strong enough to pass the test to become a titled celestial lord, right?" The old man took a deep look at Su Lang and asked with a deep meaning behind his words, "Are you talking about my sixth disciple, Hong Fei?" "Yes, he's more than 600 years old, and he's barely strong enough to pass the test to become a titled celestial lord." Su Lang nodded. "He didn't come?" The old man glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others before looking away. Based on his words, it was clear he knew Hong Fei. "Yes, he didn't come." Su Lang nodded. "Then, which disciple are you accompanying to participate in the test to become a titled celestial lord?" The old man asked again. "My third disciple, my fourth disciple, my seventh disciple, and my seventh disciple's cultivation partner," Su Lang replied. When Su Lang introduced Huan as Duan Lingtian's Tao companion, Huan calm face flushed with a rare blush. However, Due to her veil, nobody noticed it. Your seventh disciple? The old man frowned slightly. You have another disciple? The old man asked as he glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huan before he asked, which one of them is your seventh disciple? Him. Su Lang glanced at Duan Lingtian before he smiled and introduced his seventh disciple to Duan Lingtian. Old seventh, this is Zheng Yu, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor. He's an old friend of mine. A hint of mockery could be seen on Su Lang's face when he said the words old friend. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Zheng Yu, this is my youngest disciple, Duan Lingtian. Then, Su Lang introduced Duan Lingtian to the old man. How old is your youngest disciple? The old man asked. He knew that Su Lang's disciples were ranked according to the time they entered the sect. Therefore, in his opinion, even if the purple-clothed youth in front of him was just a small disciple of Su Lang's, he should be very old. At the very least, Su Lang's youngest disciple was older than him. He's more than 200 years old. Su Lang smiled. More than 200 years old? The old man was taken aback by Su Lang's words. Even the young man standing next to the old man, Su Lang's disciple, turned to look at Duan Lingtian with a piercing gaze. Su Lang, I didn't expect you to exaggerate after not seeing you for more than 100 years. The old man shook his head and chuckled. Exaggerate? Su Lang glanced at the old man indifferently. You don't believe my youngest disciple is only 200 years old? He's only 200 years old, but he's already strong enough to pass the test and become a titled celestial lord. Even in the boundless heaven, there are only a handful of people like him, right? How could such a genius take a liking to you and become your disciple? A mocking smile appeared on the old man's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Senior Uncle Zhang. This time, before Su Lang could say anything, Hu Mei spoke first with a bright smile on her face. Why don't you just ask your friends in the Heavenly Pool Palace if my little junior brother is only 200 years old? Oh, right. Remember, his name is Duan Lingtian. It was obvious Hu Mei knew the old man as well. Hu Mei, you must know that your teacher is my only friend in the Heavenly Pool Palace. That's why you said that, right? Zhang Yui glanced at Hu Mei and said with a low snort, Brat, do you dare to place your hand on this formation compass? Zheng Yui said as he tossed a formation compass to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at the formation disk, and he saw that there was a total of 10 regions on the formation disk that revolved 360 degrees to form a large circle. Little junior brother, this is a formation compass used to test one's age. As long as you place your hand on it, it'll show your age. There are 10 regions, and each region represents 200 years old. Hu Mei's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Naturally, it's only a rough estimate. There's no way to determine the specifics. As soon as Hu Mei finished speaking, Duan Lingtian placed his hand on the formation compass. As soon as Duan Lingtian's hand touched the formation compass, a surge of energy surged out of the formation compass and enveloped his hand. HM? At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered a chilling aura surging out of the formation compass and into every inch of his body. When this cold aura passed through his body and returned to the array disk, 2 areas on the array disk lit up. The third section lit up faintly as well. This meant Duan Lingtian was more than 200 years old. He's really not even 300 years old? Upon seeing this, Zhang Yui frowned slightly as he put the formation compass away. He did not expect Su Lang's youngest disciple to be less than 300 years old. Su Lang, did you say your youngest disciple is here to participate in the test for titled celestial lords as well? Is he capable of passing the test at such a young age? Zhang Yui asked skeptically. How can my disciple fail to pass the test for titled celestial lords? Su Lang smiled faintly. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, the young man standing next to Zheng Yu, he suddenly stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian with piercing eyes as he said in a deep voice, I, Nan Lu Feng, challenge you. Zhang Yui was taken aback when he saw this. Obviously, it was not his idea for his disciple to challenge Duan Lingtian. However, he had no intention of stopping Nan Lu Feng. Instead, he looked at Su Lang and said with a faint smile on his face, Su Lang, aren't you very confident in your youngest disciple? I'm sure you don't mind my incompetent disciple challenging him now, right? Zhang Yu, I advise you to persuade your disciple. Su Lang frowned slightly. Although he did not know how strong Zhang Yu's disciple was, he was certain Zhang Yu was not as strong as Duan Ling Tian. Senior Uncle Zhang, I don't think it's necessary. At this moment, Hu Mei shook her head and said to Zhang Yu, What? You don't dare to accept the challenge? Zhang Yu smiled brightly. If you don't dare to challenge him, just say so. It's not like we have to force you to do something you don't want to do. It's not that it's not difficult, but I'm afraid it'll be embarrassing for you. Hu Mei shook her head when she saw Zhang Yu was being stubborn. Embarrassing? Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, Zhang Yu's expression changed drastically. Zhang Yu's disciple, Nan Lu Feng, had a grave expression on his face. Brat, make your move. Nan Lu Feng took a step forward. His robes fluttered in the wind as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and transformed into lightning bolts that surrounded him. At the same time, his hair began to dance wildly. At this moment, the gaze he shot at Duan Ling Tian was extremely cold. Chapter 3285. Little junior brother, please show some mercy. Hu Mei glanced at Duan Ling Tian and said helplessly, Senior Uncle Zhang and teacher might be at odds when they meet, but they've been friends for many years. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Nan Lu Feng was even more enraged when he heard Hu Mei's words to Duan Ling Tian. Lightning surged out of his body and surrounded him as though he had transformed into a god of lightning. Come here, brat. Nan Lu Feng leaped into the air as the sound of wind and thunder reverberated in the air. The purple lightning around him looked like purple pythons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he saw this. Then, he teleported and vanished from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was not far away from Nan Lu Feng. Teleportation? Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at Su Lang in surprise. Su Lang, I didn't expect you to accept a disciple who has comprehended the law of space. However, the law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. It's extremely difficult to comprehend it. Your disciple is not even 300 years old. I'm afraid he hasn't comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, right? Zhang Yui voiced his guess. 2 profundities? Su Lang was taken aback when he heard Zhang Yu's words. However, he quickly shook his head and said, We'll see. Meanwhile, Nan Lu Feng stared at Duan Ling Tian with a dark expression on his face as he said in a deep voice, Brat, I'd like to see how strong you are when you're not even 300 years old. If you can't even defeat me, don't embarrass yourself by entering the Tidal Temple. You might even lose your life. Nan Lu Feng said. Make your move. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at Nan Lu Feng. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian's calm expression made Nan Lu Feng feel as though Duan Ling Tian did not take him seriously at all. This made Nan Lu Feng even more furious. Humph! After letting out a cold snort, Nan Lu Feng made his move. Lightning shot out from all over his body, like serpents of lightning that flew in all directions in a menacing manner. Even though Nan Lu Feng did not think that the purple-robed young man before him was a match for him, he still went all out in his attack. Other than the fact that he did not use his immortal artifact, he did not hold back at all. He was prepared to gain the initiative by striking first in terms of momentum and suppressing his opponent. That's all you got? When Nan Lu Feng charged towards him, Duan Ling Tian was certain that Nan Lu Feng was not even as strong as Lu Jian, whom he had killed earlier. Whoosh! With a flash, Duan Ling Tian appeared in the air above South Willow Peak. With a thought, a huge spatial prison enveloped South Willow Peak. Humph! Do you think you can trap me? Nan Lu Feng let out a cold laugh when he noticed this. Then, he changed the direction of his thunderous energy and continued to bombard Duan Ling Tian. However, he was dumbfounded in the next moment. This was because he discovered that when his attack landed on the spatial prison, the spatial prison trembled slightly as though it would shatter at any moment. However, even after a period of time had passed, the spatial prison did not show any signs of collapsing. It was as though the spatial prison was merely an illusion. Let's end this, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Then, He unleashed all the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended to the mastery stage. Buzz, 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 buzz. 9 cross-dimensional profundities shot out from the spatial cracks and charged at Nan Lufeng. At the same time, an extremely powerful burst of spatial energy collided with Nan Liufeng's attack and crushed it in all directions. Explode. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the magnetic storm profundities from the law of space exploded and shattered Nan Liufeng's attack. Boom. The terrifying power of the 9-dimensional slash streaked across Nan Liufeng's body, leaving behind 9 wounds that were neither too deep nor too shallow. Then, it landed on his body and sent him flying. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air as Nan Lufeng was sent flying. His figure staggered as he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with terror. He never would have thought that this young man, who was even younger than him, would actually possess such terrifying strength. Based on the profundities from the law of space, Duan Lingtian had comprehended to the mastery stage. Apart from the teleportation profundity, Duan Lingtian seemed to have comprehended all 7 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. As for Nan Liufeng's teacher, Zheng Yue, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, he was dumbfounded. How did Su Lang's new disciple, who was not even 300 years old, comprehend 7 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage? Moreover, it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage as well. It was just that he did not have the opportunity to use it yet. Zheng Yue felt a burning sensation on his face when he recalled what he had said to Su Lang earlier. It was as though he had been slapped a few times. A slap in the face. It was too humiliating. Zheng Yue's eyes were filled with jealousy when he looked at Su Lang. He glared at Su Lang and cursed, "Su Lang, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" On purpose? Su Lang was taken aback. Then, he shook his head and smiled. "Why would you say that? My 3rd disciple and I didn't advise your disciple to spar with my 7th disciple, right? On the contrary, you and your 3rd disciple didn't seem to believe in my 7th disciple's strength and insisted on sparring with him." Su Lang shook his head when he finished speaking. Zheng Yue was taken aback when he heard Su Lang's words. Then, he recalled what had happened earlier. It seemed like Su Lang was right. Su Lang and his 3rd disciple had advised him and his disciple not to spar. However, they had thought Su Lang and his 3rd disciple were deliberately mystifying things, so they had ignored them. Now that the results were out, they realized Su Lang and his 3rd disciple were not deliberately mystifying things. The young man, Duan Lingtian, who was not even 300 years old, was indeed strong enough to crush his disciple. "Lufeng, aren't you going to thank your senior brother Duan for sparing your disciple's life?" Zheng Yue took a deep breath before he regained his senses. He glared at Nan Lufeng and said coldly, in the past, he found this disciple pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. He couldn't even bear to speak loudly to him. However, now that he saw a young man who was even younger than his disciple easily defeat his disciple, he instantly felt that his disciple was useless and didn't give him any face. Naturally, he knew Nan Lufeng, who was Su Lang's 7th disciple, would be considered a monstrous prodigy even in the Devata realms. "Thank you for sparing my disciple's life, senior brother Duan." Although Nan Lufeng was arrogant, he was still very respectful to those who were stronger than him. Most importantly, this person who was stronger than him was younger than him, which made him respect him even more. Su Lang is really lucky, Zheng Yue thought to himself. As Zheng Yue thought about it, he couldn't help but glance at Su Lang with jealousy. He asked, "Su Lang, where did you get this 7th disciple from? Are you talking about Duan Lingtian?" He came to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's recruitment test. I took a liking to him even before he joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. Su Lang replied. Zheng Yue almost threw up blood when he heard Su Lang's words. If Su Lang had said he had put in a lot of effort to recruit Duan Lingtian, Zheng Yue might have felt better. However, Su Lang's words made it seem as though Duan Lingtian had delivered himself to his doorstep. Why was he not as lucky as Duan Lingtian? "Come, let's enter the Tidal Temple." Su Lang beckoned to Duan Lingtian and the others before he led Duan Lingtian and the others into the Tidal Temple. Upon seeing this, Zheng Yue and his disciple, Nan Lufeng, followed suit. Teacher, are there celestial emperors obtaining titles in the title temple all the time? Duan Lingtian asked Su Lang.
Yes.
Su Lang nodded. Indeed, there are celestial lords working hard to obtain titles in the title temple. However, celestial emperors have to wait for a while before they can obtain a title. This is because there aren't many celestial emperors who want to obtain a title. As for celestial lords, there are many of them. The trials in the title temple aren't limited to just one Devata realm. For example, you'll have to face people from the boundless heaven and other Devata realms. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Duan Lingtian understood his competitors would be from the other Devata realms. Su Lang continued to say, generally speaking, those who dare to obtain a title are mostly 10 directions celestial lords, 9 palaces celestial lords, or 8 trigrams celestial lords. However, they're not confident in their strength. Similarly, the laws they've comprehended are mediocre as well. Even if he's only a 1 basic celestial lord, it's not impossible for him to obtain the title of celestial lord. Su Lang paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and continued to say, don't think that your opponents in the Heavenly Pool Palace have comprehended profundities to the mastery stage even though they're young. That's because he's a genius disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Heavenly Pool Palace is a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven. He's already considered one of the top geniuses in the boundless heaven. There are many 10 directions celestial lords out there who haven't even comprehended a profundity to the mastery stage of the law he's proficient in. Of course, there are also those who have comprehended 1 or 2 profound meanings to the greater mastery stage. Duan Lingtian fell into deep thought after hearing Su Lang's words. According to Su Lang, a titled celestial lord could be a 1 basic celestial lord or a 10 directions celestial lord. 1 basic celestial lords among the titled celestial lords had comprehended extremely powerful laws. Therefore, they were not necessarily weaker than some 10 directions celestial lords among the titled celestial lords. Chapter 3286. Under Su Lang's lead, they made their way to the title temple. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the oppressive aura growing stronger the closer they got to the title temple. Those below the celestial lord realm who have comprehended no profundities won't be able to withstand the oppressive aura and enter the title temple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This oppressive aura not only pressed down on his body, it also pressed down on his soul. Su Lang couldn't help him resist it. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, Huan Hu Mei, and when Wan Er's expressions were solemn as well. The test to become a titled celestial lord isn't divided into groups of 10. Instead, a group of people will enter the same place, and only 1 out of 10 will survive. Before they entered the title temple, Su Lang began to explain to Duan Lingtian the details of the test to become a titled celestial lord. In other words, all of you will appear in the same place. Naturally, it's almost impossible for all of you to encounter each other. After all, there are celestial lords from various Devata realms in the title temple. All you have to do is kill 9 people and leave the title temple. Su Lang continued to explain. Apart from that, the title temple is also a good place to cultivate. If you're at a critical juncture in your cultivation, you can consider breaking through there. Su Lang continued to explain. After listening to Su Lang's explanation, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at one of the doors in the title temple. There were 2 doors in the title temple. They were so deep that one could not see the end of them. In front of the 2 doors, there was a spacious stone platform. At this moment, there was not a single person in front of one of the doors. However, there were many people in front of the other door. Some of them entered the title temple, while others stopped at the entrance. That's the door that celestial emperors enter when they're trying to obtain a title. Su Lang looked at the empty door and said to Duan Lingtian, back then, I entered through this door and participated in the test to become a titled celestial emperor. After that, I became a titled celestial emperor and was listed in the record of titled celestial emperors. The title temple had a record of titled celestial emperors and a record of titled celestial lords. The former recorded all titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms, while the latter recorded all titled celestial lords in the Devata realms. Although the record of titled celestial emperors contained many names, it was limited. Therefore, some of the names were recorded in their memory celestial talismans. However, there were too many names recorded in the records of titled celestial emperors. It was impossible for anyone to record their names anywhere. Therefore, the only way to look at the records of titled celestial emperors was to visit the title temple. As for this side, it is the door that immortal emperors enter when they pursue titles. Later, you will enter from here. Titled celestial lords who don't wish to enter aren't allowed to enter. If they enter recklessly, they'll definitely die. I don't know about the title temples in the other Devata realms, but in the Boundless Heavens title temple, there were a few titled celestial emperors who refused to believe in heresy who entered the title temple. However, all of them died in the title temple, Su Lang said solemnly. Su Lang's expression turned solemn as he spoke. Hence, I can only send all of you up to this point. All of you will have to enter and participate in the test to become a titled celestial lord. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance of the title temple. At the same time, Zhang Yui, who had just arrived, gave Nan Lufeng some instructions. In the end, Nan Lufeng took the lead and entered the title temple. Go on, Su Lang said to Duan Lingtian and the others. Little junior brother, Sister Huan let's go. Hu Mei held Wan Er's hand as she beckoned to Duan Lingtian and Huan. Then, she followed behind Nan Lufeng and disappeared into the darkness. Huan let's go in as well. Duan Lingtian and Huan walked side by side as they entered the title temple. After entering the title temple, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a gentle energy shrouding him and Huan. Then, the energy carried them into the depths of the title temple at an extremely fast speed. The gentle energy obscured Duan Lingtian and Huan's vision. When they regained their vision, they discovered they were standing on a flight of steps. At this moment, there were many people standing on the steps. Little junior brother, over here. At this moment, Hu Mei's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At this moment, he discovered Hu Mei was standing on a flight of steps about 10 meters away. Third senior sister. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made his way over to Huan big brother Lingtian. However, Huan suddenly stopped him. HM? Duan Lingtian looked at Huan in confusion. Big brother Lingtian, this is an illusion, Huan said. As soon as she finished speaking, she narrowed her eyes, and a wave of mental energy swept out in all directions. In an instant, the scene around her changed dramatically. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian found himself in a great hall. At this moment, the people in the great hall were confused. Even if there were people around them, they did not seem to notice them. They haven't recovered from the illusion yet, Huan said. That's a very good idea. I can't believe I didn't see through it. Duan Lingtian sighed. He could not help but ask, Huan did the illusion have any offensive power? No. Huan shook her head. It's just an illusion to confuse people. It's like a smokescreen. It's only temporary. Third senior sister. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw Hu Mei standing next to Wan. She was looking at Wan with a frown on her face. It was as though she did not know where to start. Duan Lingtian saw his fourth senior sister, Wan, who was usually as gentle as jade, had a twisted expression on her face. It was as though she had encountered something that had caused her emotions to fluctuate. Little junior brother, you're out of the illusion? Hu Mei was surprised to see Duan Lingtian and Huan. Then, she looked at Wan and said with a bitter smile, Fourth junior sister seems to be trapped. Third senior sister, aren't you together? You should be trapped together, right? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. We were together at first. However, when we saw you and Huan standing apart and saw someone trying to harm you, we split up to help you. Hu Mei smiled bitterly. I know a little about illusory techniques, but fourth junior sister seems to have encountered something that caused her to be trapped. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at Huan and asked, Huan, do you have a solution? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huan narrowed her eyes and shot 2 rays of white light into Wan body. As soon as the white light entered Wan body, when Wan Er's complexion returned to normal. At the same time, she saw Duan Lingtian and the others. Little junior brother? Sister Huaner? Third senior sister? Was that an illusion? When Wan Er finally regained her senses. I've never heard of anyone encountering an illusion after entering the tidal temple. Hu Mei shook her head. You pass. Just as Hu Mei's voice sounded, a cold snort was timely emitted, causing those who were still in the illusion to wake up. Under everyone's watchful eyes, black mist began to gather in the sky above the main hall before it finally transformed into a black-clad woman with a graceful figure. The black-clad woman said coldly as she looked at Duan Lingtian and the others coldly, "There are so many of you who came to participate in the test, but even the small illusion will take a long time to break out. Some of you won't even be able to break out of the illusion. Are you sure you're here to participate in the test? Humph. I only hope you won't embarrass the tidal temple's boundless branch." As soon as the black-clad woman finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the rest of the people in the main hall felt their vision go dark without any warning before they could even react. Now, I'll send you to the trial ground. Once you kill 9 people in the trial ground, you'll be sent back and be conferred the title of Celestial Lord. At this moment, the black-clad woman's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. After a while, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. He discovered he was in a valley with beautiful scenery. The surroundings were filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. So this is the trial ground for titled Celestial Lords? Duan Lingtian scanned his surroundings. He did not see any signs of life, let alone Huan Er and the others. Sister Water. Duan Lingtian knew he had entered the place the world-cleansing divine water had sent him to. Therefore, he quickly contacted the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. What should I do now? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the world-cleansing divine water replied, I didn't expect this to be the rule of the trial for titled Celestial Lords. In the past, I heard that only 1 out of 10 titled Celestial Lords would survive the trial. I thought it would be a competition between 10 people. I didn't expect all of you would be thrown into the same secret realm. You'll only be sent out after you've killed 9 people. Duan Lingtian continued to say, in this secret realm, which is also the training ground for titled Celestial Lords, there must be some tests left behind by supreme powerhouses. You'll have to find some special tests and pass the tests to absorb the vitality of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. That way, you'll be able to form the godly image phenomenon. You'll have to look around the secret realm, the world-cleansing divine water said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded as he began to scan the valley with his divine consciousness. When he did not find anything special, he rose into the air and left the valley. I wonder where Huan Er and the others are now? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Celestial lords from 81 Devata realms are gathered here. If you want to get out, there is only one way, and that is to kill 9 celestial emperors. Chapter 3287. Even the world-cleansing divine water was not familiar with the trial grounds of titled celestial lords. All she knew was that it was a secret realm created by a supreme powerhouse, and there were many tests set by the supreme powerhouses. It was a fortuitous encounter for one to encounter any test here. Perhaps, one would not be able to obtain any tangible rewards, but it could raise one's cultivation base or improve one's comprehension of profundities. After leaving the valley, Duan Lingtian began to wander around as he used his divine consciousness to search for the test mentioned by the world-cleansing divine water. Time continued to pass. A day passed. 2 days passed. On the 7th day, Duan Lingtian finally saw someone. When that person saw Duan Lingtian, he immediately flew toward Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He still remembered that he had to kill 9 celestial lords in order to obtain a title and become a titled celestial lord in the trial of titled celestial lords. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was extremely vigilant when he saw the other party charging towards him. Soon enough, the person appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. The person was a handsome young man dressed in a blue robe with golden edges. He was thin and had an extraordinary bearing. With just a glance, One could tell he was not an ordinary person. Friend, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to attack you. After the young man arrived near Duanling Tian, he stopped when he was still a distance away from Duanling Tian. I'm here because I want to invite you to enter a trial that I found in the trial grounds with me. This test can only be carried out if there are 5 people. The young man said, A test? Upon hearing the young man's words, Duanling Tian's eyes glinted subtly. Was this not what he was looking for in the trial grounds? In fact, if he could not find a test, he could not be bothered to kill anyone even if they came knocking on his door. To him, obtaining a title was not important. What was important was to find some kind of test in this trial ground. Through the pressure given by the ultimate masters, he could refine the life force of the Pine Willow Divine Tree and condense the godly image doppelganger of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. At that time, his strength would reach a whole new level. 3 years from now, he would be able to use it to fight Han Yunjin in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Heaven's Chosen Arena. Why should I believe you? Although Duanling Tian was pleasantly surprised in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He faintly asked, Who knows if you will sneak attack me if I travel with you? Friend, it's normal for you to be vigilant. How about this? Since we're going to look for the other 3 people, let's keep a distance and not get close to each other. What do you think? The young man didn't mind Duanling Tian's vigilance and cautiousness, and he took the initiative to speak in this way to display his greatest sincerity. Sure. Duanling Tian nodded and walked with the young man. Of course, there was a distance between them, and Duanling Tian was also paying attention to the young man's movements. However, he was very confident in his own strength. However, Duanling Tian did not want to expose the 5 divine elements since he did not know if anyone would be spying on him in the training ground of titled celestial lords. If someone from the Tidal Temple were to spy on him while he was in the trial grounds, it was highly likely that the Tidal Temple would try to snatch the 5 divine elements from him. After all, the 5 divine elements were extremely tempting even to titled celestial emperors. Although Duanling Tian did not know the young man's strength, he was certain the young man was not weak. Friend, how should I address you? After traveling for 2 days, the young man looked at Duanling Tian and asked with a smile, We've known each other for 2 days, but I don't know your name. My name is Meng Haoxian, and I'm a prodigious disciple from Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. The young man introduced himself. Solitary destructive heaven? Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force? Duanling Tian would not be surprised if the young man had said he was from another Devata realm or heaven-grade force. However, the young man had said he was from the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. If Duanling Tian was not mistaken, Huan Er's biological father was a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Mountain who had been sent to the Heavenly Pool Palace. In fact, Duanling Tian did not think highly of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Although he understood the Heavenly Sword Mountain was wary of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, it was still the same. I'm Duanling Tian from the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duanling Tian replied indifferently, Heavenly Pool Palace? Meng Haoxian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Duanling Tian's introduction. He instinctively asked, Are you from the Heavenly Pool Palace, the heaven-grade force in the Boundless Heaven? The Heavenly Sword Mountain sent someone to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Do you think the Heavenly Pool Palace I'm from is the Heavenly Pool Palace you're talking about? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Meng Haoxian meaningfully. Meng Haoxian smiled wryly when he heard Duanling Tian's words. It seems like you're really from the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. That's right. The Heavenly Sword Mountain sent someone to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, that person is my first senior brother. Meng Haoxian sighed. His expression was cold as he said hatefully, I don't understand what those old fogies are thinking. All they did was break the engagement with the Heavenly Pool Palace. Why would they send my first senior brother to the Heavenly Pool Palace and be humiliated by them? You're speaking up for your first senior brother? He was the one who broke the engagement, right? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Meng Haoxian indifferently. It's the truth. I can't refute it. There's nothing I can do about the Heavenly Pool Palace. If there's anyone to blame, it's the old fogies from the Heavenly Sword Mountain for being cowards. Meng Haoxian shook his head and said, although the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, do you think the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven would come looking for trouble over such a trivial matter? Even if the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven came looking for trouble, would the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven just stand by and do nothing? Meng Haoxian looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully as he said, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven might not be a match for the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I heard the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was the previous Heavenly Emperor. After he returned to the Solitary Destructive Heaven, he killed the Heavenly Emperor who replaced him and reclaimed the position of Heavenly Emperor. Duan Lingtian might not know much about the Heavenly Emperors of the other Devata realms, but he was very familiar with the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. After all, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was a senior from the Seven Absolutes sect's Fog Rain progeny in the Saint Province realm. Back when he was still in the mundane realm, he had obtained the Ancestor's legacy and used the Sovereign Heart Sword to dominate the world. It was not until he ascended to the Devata realms that the strength of the Sovereign Heart Sword could no longer keep up with his strength that he decided to keep the Sovereign Heart Sword a secret. After all, he did not obtain the Heavenly Emperor's legacy. That's right. Meng Haoxian nodded. His eyes were filled with admiration when he mentioned the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The current Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is still Lord Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang. A hint of nostalgia appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard this name again. What's the title of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I don't know what Lord Heavenly Emperor's title is. I've never heard anyone mention it before. Perhaps there is, perhaps there isn't. Meng Haoxian shook his head. However, Lord Heavenly Emperor usually refers to himself as Recluse Yenyu. Recluse Yenyu? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. It seemed like even after Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had become the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, he still remembered the Fog Rain progeny of the Seven Absolutes in the Saint Province realm. Otherwise, why would he refer to himself as Recluse Yenyu? It was obvious the Fog Rain progeny was derived from the Fog Rain progeny of the Seven Absolutes sect. If there's a chance in the future, I'll have to pay a visit to Senior Feng Qingyang in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. After all, it's all thanks to his legacy that I was able to advance so smoothly in the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian had always been a grateful person. For this reason, he hoped he could personally pay a visit to Senior Feng Qingyang to thank him. At the same time, he also wanted to apologize to Senior Feng Qingyang. Perhaps, Senior Feng Qingyang didn't expect the legacy he left in the mundane realm would bring him so much trouble. Fortunately, he came out of the Azura Hell. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live in peace for the rest of my life. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he had caused Senior Feng Qingyang to die in the Azura Hell, he could not help but feel guilty. Friend, it seems like you're interested in the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Are you a Sword Celestial as well? Meng Haoxian asked with a smile. In the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang was the idol of 90% of the Sword Celestials. After all, he was widely acknowledged as an invincible Sword Celestial in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. In the eyes of the Sword Celestials in the Solitary Destructive Heaven, there was no Sword Celestial in the 81 Devata realms who was comparable to their Heavenly Emperor. It was a form of blind worship. When they learned the Heavenly Emperor was trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, although some people thought he was dead, most people were certain he would return. Just like most of the Sword Celestials in the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Lingtian had returned and killed the Heavenly Emperor who had replaced him, reclaiming his position as the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He used to be the Heavenly Emperor, but not now. Duan Lingtian shook his head. When he had first ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had relied on the Sovereign Heart Sword that Senior Feng Qingyang had left behind. However, as his cultivation base increased, he gradually fell behind the Sovereign Heart Sword. Friend, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is a legend in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. When Meng Haoxian mentioned Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he excitedly told Duan Lingtian about Feng Qingyang's achievements in the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian was also interested in Meng Haoxian's story, so he listened patiently. Chapter 3288. Perhaps, Meng Haoxian saw how interested and patient Duan Lingtian was in hearing about the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Later on, they became even more familiar with each other as they spoke. Brother Lingtian, my eldest senior brother, is imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison. Do you know anything about his current situation? Perhaps, Meng Haoxian thought he had gotten to know Duan Lingtian better, so he changed the topic and asked tentatively, "The Thousand Chains prison?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had heard of such a place in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even when he tried to find out where Huan Er's parents were imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he did not manage to find such a place. He did not dare to ask about those with high statuses in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Those with low statuses did not know anything. In fact, Duan Lingtian had decided to ask Su Leng about this matter after he had stayed in the Heavenly Pool Palace for a while. After all, Su Leng was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was certain Su Leng would know where Huan Er's parents were imprisoned. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought he would have to wait for Su Leng to reveal the location of Huan Er's parents. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to learn the location of Huan Er's parents from the Heavenly Sword Mountain of the solitary destructive Heavenly Sword Mountain. Are you sure your eldest senior brother is imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Meng Haoxian with glinting eyes. My teacher told me, Meng Haoxian said. My teacher is the Hidden Sword Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. People call him the Hidden Sword Old Man, speaking of which, my teacher is acquainted with the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. A hint of pride could be heard in Meng Haoxian's voice when he finished speaking. Oh. Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Haoxian in surprise. Please tell me more. From his point of view, since Meng Haoxian had said that his teacher had some dealings with Senior Feng Qingyang, it was very likely that Senior Feng Qingyang and Senior Feng Qingyang were friends. Back then, before the Heavenly Emperor became the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he challenged sword immortals everywhere. My teacher was defeated by him, Meng Haoxian said. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian waited for a while, but he didn't hear his next sentence. You don't tell me that your teacher was defeated by Sky Emperor Feng Qingyang and has no relationship with him? To be able to be defeated by the Lord Heavenly Emperor, we can be considered to have crossed paths, right? Meng Haoxian smiled. Duan Lingtian was speechless. If this was considered as having a connection, then what was he, the successor of the legacy left behind by Feng Qingyang in his hometown, the mundane plane? Just like that, Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian traveled for another 2 days before they finally met the third person. The third person was a tall and burly young man dressed in a long gray robe. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, and he exuded a murderous aura. He did not look like a human at all. He's not human. Meng Haoxian transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian as he and Meng Haoxian flew toward the burly young man. I can see that. The closer they got, the more Duan Lingtian could feel the murderous aura emanating from the young man. It was not something a human could possess. When the young man saw Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian flying toward him, he did not seem to have any intention of fleeing. Instead, he stood in place and waited for them to come closer. Before Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian could get close, the burly young man snorted coldly and made his move. His arms suddenly shook, and in an instant, an incomparably cold aura spread out in the void, sweeping toward Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian. The law of ice? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw the ice wall that appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. He teleported over the ice wall and completely ignored it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As for Meng Haoxian, his entire body was covered in golden sword light. He crashed into the ice wall, and the sword light around him destroyed the ice wall in an instant. He continued to fly toward the burly young man. Not bad. The burly young man looked at Meng Haoshuan in surprise and spoke in a hoarse voice. Only Duan Lingtian had used the law of space's teleportation profound meaning. The burly young man did not know how strong Duan Lingtian was, so he did not pay too much attention to him. However, Meng Haoshuan's attack showed that he was not weak at all. "Friend, we have no intention of attacking you." Just as the burly young man was about to attack again, Meng Haoshuan said, "We came to look for you because we want to participate in a trial with you." Upon hearing Meng Haoshuan's words, the burly young man stopped what he was doing. However, he was still wary of Meng Haoshuan and Duan Lingtian. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Meng Haoshuan, they knew this very well. When they were still some distance away from the burly young man, they stopped what they were doing. "I'm Meng Haoshuan from the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven." Meng Haoshuan looked at the burly young man and introduced himself to Duan Lingtian. "As for this person who came with me, he's from the Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven. His name is Duan Lingtian. We only met a few days ago. I was the one who discovered the test, and he was the first person I found." Meng Haoshuan said, "I'm Ji Xian from the Blood Dragon clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven," the burly young man said indifferently, which could be considered a self-introduction. At this moment, both Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoshuan knew their intuition was right. The burly young man was not human. The 10,000 Beasts Heaven was a Devata realm where celestial beasts gathered. It was extremely difficult for humans to enter the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. "So you're from the Blood Dragon clan, a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven? Friend, are you interested in the trial I mentioned?" Meng Haoshuan asked. "Sure." Ji Xian nodded. With this, another person joined Duan Lingtian's group. "Let's continue to walk around and find 2 more people to participate in the trial," Meng Haoshuan said. The 3 of them continued walking. They maintained a certain distance from each other as they continued to walk around. "The Blood Dragon clan?" Duan Lingtian asked Meng Haoshuan curiously through voice transmission. "I know there are dragons in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, but what's with the Blood Dragon clan?" "Brother Lingtian, the Blood Dragon clan is a branch of the Dragon clan. Although it's a branch, it still has 5 titled celestial emperors, and all of them are quite strong." Meng Haoshuan replied through voice transmission. "Although they're a branch of the dragons, the relationship between the dragons and the Blood Dragon clan isn't good. It's said that the dragons of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven don't even acknowledge the Blood Dragon clan as dragons." Upon hearing Meng Haoshuan's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. The 3 of them continued to walk around. After another 5 days, they finally found 2 more people who were not from heaven-grade forces. One of them was from a supreme grade 1 force, and the other was a sectless cultivator. After a while, Meng Haoshuan said, "Since we're all here, let's begin the test." After gathering 5 people, Meng Haoshuan said to Duan Lingtian and the others. Naturally, Duan Lingtian and the others did not object to Meng Haoshuan's suggestion. Now that they had gathered 5 people, they did not deliberately keep a distance from each other. After all, the 5 of them had come to an agreement that if one of them dared to make a move first, the other 4 would attack together. Over there, under Meng Haoshuan's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others soon arrived at the depths of a lake. There, they saw 5 doors floating at the bottom of the lake. These 5 doors require 5 people to open. Previously, I left behind afterimages in front of the doors as fast as I could, but I still couldn't open them, Meng Haoshuan said. This is because a person has to stand in front of one of the doors to release a force that shrouds the person standing in front of the door. As soon as Meng Haoshuan finished speaking, he stood in front of one of the doors. Duan Lingtian and the others did not remain idle. They stood in front of the other 4 doors. As soon as the 5 of them stood in front of the doors, the water in the lake began to tremble. In the end, it began to boil. At this moment, if someone were to stand on the surface of the lake, they would definitely see the originally calm surface of the lake begin to boil. At the same time, the 5 doors at the bottom of the lake began to release a force that shrouded the people standing in front of the doors. In the next instant, the 5 of them disappeared from the doors at the same time. Duan Lingtian's vision flickered for a moment before he found himself in a completely sealed space. It was like a small sealed room. His surroundings emitted waves of pressure that pressed down on him like water. He tried to use his celestial origin energy and the law of space to resist the pressure. However, it was useless since the pressure could easily crush his strength. This place is very suitable for you to refine the vitality of the pine willow divine tree. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. His eyes brightened immediately. How do I refine it? Duan Lingtian asked. Sit down cross-legged. I'll guide the vitality of the pine willow divine tree that the divine tree of life absorbed into your body. At that time, do as I say and refine the vitality. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. A moment later, Duan Lingtian was completely shrouded in a layer of white light. The pressure continued to press down on him. Every time it attacked, the white light on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body would be compressed and fused into Duan Lingtian's body. The cycle repeated endlessly. So the vitality of the pine willow divine tree can be refined in this way. How miraculous! It feels like my body is undergoing some changes. Duan Lingtian was intoxicated by the feeling of refining the vitality of the pine willow divine tree. Chapter 3289. Sister Water, what kind of test is this? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water curiously as he refined the pine willow divine tree's vitality. Just now, as soon as he entered, he appeared in this completely sealed space. Then, waves of pressure attacked him, and this pressure was constantly increasing. However, up until now, the pressure did not seem to have any effect on him. The test must be to withstand the pressure and charge out of the sealed space, the world-cleansing divine water said. However, since you're using the pressure to refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality, there's no need for you to charge out of the sealed space. When you can no longer withstand the pressure, you'll have refined a certain amount of the pine willow divine tree's vitality. It won't be too late for you to leave then. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. He would not be able to fully refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality in the sealed space for an entire year. It seems like I've been overthinking things. I thought I could refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality in one go, but I didn't expect I'd only be able to refine a portion of it. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he continued to refine the vitality energy from the little world in his body. This was the pine willow divine tree's vitality. As he refined the vitality from the pine willow divine tree, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel his body fusing with the vitality from the pine willow divine tree. He was no stranger to the vitality since he had sensed it from Fan Shi, whom he had killed earlier. Fan Shi was the pine willow divine tree whose vitality had been absorbed by the divine tree of life. Fan Shi had taken human form and was currently cultivating in the heavenly pool palace. I can't wait to see the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. Duan Lingtian did not know much about the godly image avatar. The world-cleansing divine water did not explain much to him as well. All it said was that he would be able to figure it out after he had condensed it. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was very excited to see the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. Sister Water, can I condense the godly image avatar of the divine tree of life? Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water curiously. He had also suddenly thought of this question. After all, the divine tree of life in his small world had long since acknowledged him as its master. However, he didn't know if he could use it to form the divine tree of life's Dharma body. If you want to form the godly image Dharma body of the divine tree of life, you must refine all of the life force of the divine tree of life in your small world. Even a supreme master would find it difficult to do that. It should be a restriction of some kind of law. The world-cleansing divine water said. So, you don't have to think about it. Moreover, even if you can refine the life force of the divine tree of life and condense its avatar, would you dare to use it recklessly? No one dares to touch the divine tree of life in the realms of gods due to the presence of a supreme expert. However, if you possess the godly image avatar of the divine tree of life, many people will know that you've refined the divine tree of life's life force. The divine tree of life is different from ordinary celestial trees. If you refine the life force of an ordinary celestial tree, others won't be able to take it away even if they kill you, since the life force of the divine tree of life will dissipate after you die. However, the life force of the divine tree of life won't dissipate even after you die. Duan Lingtian fell silent after listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words. He did not continue the topic. What a joke! Putting aside the fact that he could not refine the life force of the divine tree of life, even if he could, he had no interest in refining it. If he refined the life force of the divine tree of life, he would be like Tang Sanzang in Journey to the West, a delicious cake that everyone wanted to eat. I wonder how the other four are doing? As Duan Ling Tian continued to refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality, he could feel the pressure around him increasing. However, he knew the other four, including Meng Haoshuan, must be enduring the pressure as they tried to break out of this space. If they couldn't get out of this space, they would be killed by the pressure here. In the boundless heaven, in the heavenly pool palace, senior brother Han Yunjin. Suddenly, an uninvited guest arrived at Han Yunjin's cultivation ground. Han Yunjin was currently cultivating in the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's sect. Lei Jun. Han Yunjin frowned slightly when he saw the guest. The guest was no stranger to him. He was Lei Ying's only son, the second disciple of the merciless Celestial Emperor, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was slightly puzzled by Lei Jun's visit. After all, he did not have any relationship with Lei Jun. In fact, they could not even be considered friends. Not only that, but Lei Jun's third junior sister was also the woman by the side of his mortal enemy, Duan Ling Tian, 3 years later. Because of that, to a certain extent, Lei Jun was an enemy and not a friend. Is there a reason you're looking for me? Han Yunjin asked indifferently as he looked at Lei Jun coldly. Senior brother Han Yunjin, do you think I'm your enemy? Lei Jun smiled faintly. Humph. Han Yunjin scoffed. Your third junior sister is Duan Lingtian's enemy, so she's my enemy as well. As her second senior brother, aren't you my enemy as well? Don't tell me you're unaware of the life or death battle I'll be having with Duan Lingtian in 3 years? Han Yunjin stared at Lei Jun intently as he spoke. Senior brother Han Yunjin, I'm here because of the life or death battle you'll be having with Duan Lingtian in 3 years. Lei Jun smiled faintly. Just as Han Yunjin frowned, Lei Jun continued, Senior brother Han Yunjin, I'm sure you don't feel confident about the battle in 3 years, right? At this point, Lei Jun gave Han Yunjin a deep look as if he could see through Han Yunjin's heart. What a joke! Han Yunjin sneered. I'm one of the 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Do you think I'm afraid of a brat who's not even 300 years old? Senior brother Han Yunjin, there's no need for you to say such things in front of me. Lei Jun shook his head. If I were you, I'd be unsure as well. It's only human nature. After all, if he dares to promise you a battle at the Heaven's favorite battle stage in 3 years, he is either bluffing or he truly has the capability. However, based on my understanding of Duan Lingtian, I don't think he's bluffing. For this reason, you're still at risk. Even I don't know what trump card Duan Lingtian has that'll allow him to kill you in the Prodigy Arena in 3 years' time. However, you have to be careful. Lei Jun paused for a moment before he said meaningfully, if I'm not mistaken, Senior brother Han Yunjin, when you agreed to the life or death battle with Duan Lingtian back then, you were forced to do something beyond your ability. When Lei Jun saw Han Yunjin's expression darkened, he said, Senior brother Han Yunjin, don't deny it. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Help me? Han Yunjin raised an eyebrow in surprise. What do you mean? I'm here because I want to work with you to get rid of Duan Lingtian. Lei Jun went straight to the point. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Of course, he said this through voice transmission, revealing his cautiousness. Oh? Han Yunjin's interest was piqued when he heard Lei Jun's words. Why do you want to get rid of him? As far as I know, he just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace not long ago. Moreover, he's your junior sister's man. What did he do to offend you? Why do you want to get rid of him? He didn't offend me. I want to get rid of him because I want my third junior sister. As Lei Jun spoke, his eyes were filled with a strong desire. It was a desire to possess. Han Yunjin and Lei Jun exchanged a look. After a while, They were certain Lei Jun was telling the truth. After all, the eyes were the windows to one's soul. It was difficult to lie. Speaking of your third junior sister, although she's wearing a veil, I can tell she's a beauty. It'd be wonderful if I could spend a night with her. Han Yunjin said with a grin. Moreover, I can see that she's still a virgin. It's hard to imagine how Duanling Tian would be able to restrain himself when he has such a beautiful woman by his side. Senior brother Han Yunjin, be careful with your words. As soon as Han Yunjin finished speaking, Lei Jun glared at him coldly and said in a deep voice, I came to you with sincerity. If you continue to act like this, don't blame me for turning around and leaving. At this moment, Lei Jun had already regarded his third junior sister as his exclusive property. Naturally, he could not stand it when Han Yunjin insulted his third junior sister. I'm just joking. Han Yunjin laughed heartily. At the same time, he confirmed that Lei Jun had taken a liking to Huan Er. What's surprising is that I've never heard anything about you, Lei Jun. I can't believe you've fallen in love with your junior sister, Han Yunjin said. Han Yunjin did not beat around the bush as he asked, Tell me, how do you plan to get rid of him? Ask someone to do it. Lei Jun replied. Ask someone to do it? Han Yunjin frowned. That brat has a titled celestial emperor by his side. It won't be easy for another titled celestial emperor to kill him. Naturally, one titled celestial emperor won't be able to kill him, but what about two titled celestial emperors? Lei Jun asked as he looked at Han Yunjin intently. Two titled celestial emperors? Han Yunjin was taken aback when he heard Lei Jun's words. His eyes widened in shock as he asked, Lei Jun, are you going to ask them to do it? In the boundless heavens, boundless territory, there was a pair of famous assassins who did not belong to any assassin organization. However, they were widely acknowledged as the strongest assassins in the boundless heaven. They had never failed a mission. Both of them were titled celestial emperors. Naturally, one would have to pay a hefty price to hire them to do it. Chapter 3290. It seems like you've guessed it. Upon seeing Han Yunjin's reaction, Lei Jun knew Han Yunjin had guessed it. That's right. I plan to hire the two of them. However, as you know, I'll have to pay a hefty price to hire the two of them. For this reason, I'm looking for you to share the cost. Lei Jun explained. After all, the price of hiring two titled celestial emperors was too high. Otherwise, he would not have exposed his intention to hire assassins to kill Duanling Tian. Han Yunjin scoffed. It's your business if you want to hire the two titled celestial emperors to kill Duanling Tian. Why should I share the cost of hiring the two titled celestial emperors? Since you're not interested, I'll take my leave. Lei Jun sent a voice transmission to Han Yunjin before he turned around and left. After all, I won't be the one fighting Duanling Tian in 3 years anyway. Wait. Just as Lei Jun was about to leave, Han Yunjin's expression flickered for a moment before he called out to Lei Jun. Indeed, he was not 100% confident he would be able to defeat Duanling Tian in 3 years. After all, the Duanling Tian was too strange. Whether it was his battle with Lu Jian in the Prodigy Arena or his battle with his fourth junior brother, Fanchi, no one had thought he would be able to defeat Duanling Tian. However, he had won in the end. Not only that, but he had also won in a clean and beautiful manner. Who could say for sure that the Duanling Tian would not continue to create a legend in their duel 3 years later? If he had a choice, he would not take the risk of becoming Duanling Tian's stepping stone. What's wrong? Have you changed your mind? Lei Jun turned around and looked at Han Yunjin meaningfully. You have to think about it carefully. It's not cheap to hire the two titled celestial emperors to kill Duanling Tian. You might not be able to afford it alone. It seems like you really want to kill Duanling Tian. You're actually thinking of hiring the two titled celestial emperors to kill Duanling Tian. Han Yunjin said in a deep voice. Is it worth it for a woman? Lei Jun faintly said. As long as he's dead. It's worth it no matter how big the price is. Duanling Tian's talent and comprehension ability shocked him, and he even felt a sense of danger. He had comprehended all the profundities of the law of space before he was 300 years old. Even if his cultivation was a little weak now, his strength was still not to be underestimated. Not to mention waiting for Duanling Tian to continue growing. Even the current Duan Lingtian did not dare to say that he could definitely defeat him. After all, Duan Lingtian dared to challenge Han Yunjin to a duel to the death 3 years later. Even he didn't dare to challenge Han Yunjin to a duel of life and death. Because of this, he knew that if he didn't get rid of the Duan Lingtian now, he wouldn't have the chance to kill the Duan Lingtian once the Duan Lingtian grew. At that time, he could only watch helplessly as his third junior sister really became Duan Lingtian's woman. That was not something he wanted to see. Even if we join forces and pay a high price to hire the two titled Celestial Kings, they won't be able to kill Duan Lingtian if he hides in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Han Yunjin said. Based on his words, it was clear he was willing to work with Lei Jun to hire the two titled Celestial Emperors to kill Duan Lingtian. The Heavenly Pool Palace was a heaven-grade force. It was not a place that could be easily breached. If the two titled Celestial Emperors dared to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace, they would be killed by the joint forces of the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors before they could even see Duan Lingtian. For this reason, if Duan Lingtian did not leave the Heavenly Pool Palace, even the two titled Celestial Emperors would not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Of course, I've thought of this. Lei Jun smiled faintly. If Duan Lingtian is still holed up in the Heavenly Pool Palace, I wouldn't have come to you about this matter. Based on what I know, he's heading to the Tidal Temple with Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. It seems like he's planning to obtain a title. Lei Jun's eyes flashed coldly as he continued to say, as long as the two titled Celestial Emperors stop them on their way back, one of them will hold Su Lang back while the other kills Duan Lingtian. Do you think there will be any suspense? He went to the Tidal Temple? Han Yunjin was taken aback. He did not expect the young man whom he had agreed to fight 3 years later would go to the Tidal Temple instead of staying in the Heavenly Pool Palace to cultivate and wait for the battle to come. Lei Jun, how did you contact the two seniors? Han Yunjin asked without any hesitation after learning that Duan Lingtian was not in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Since I've come to you, I naturally have my ways. Lei Jun smiled faintly. I came to you because I want you to share the burden. If you're willing, I can immediately contact the two seniors and ask them to kill Duan Lingtian while he's on his way back. All right. Han Yunjin agreed without any hesitation. Although it pained him slightly, he still gritted his teeth and agreed to Lei Jun's request when he thought about the battle 3 years later. Although the Tidal Temple had branches in all Devata realms, the trial grounds for titled Celestial Lords and titled Celestial Emperors were not divided into Devata realms. The trial ground was connected to the Tidal Temples in the Devata realms. Those who participated in the trial would enter a secret realm that was separate from the Devata realms. That was the trial ground. I've reached my limit. After a month, Duan Lingtian finally reached his limit. He had no choice but to stop refining the Pine Willow Divine Tree's vitality. Boom. After stopping, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate as he gathered his strength and launched an attack to shatter the space around him. Violent spatial energy fused with the 7 Orifices' exquisite sword. When it launched an attack, it easily shattered the surrounding space. After shattering the space around him, Duan Lingtian's field of vision turned dark and bright again. When light returned to his eyes, he discovered that he had appeared on a vast altar. At this very moment, there were already 4 people standing on the altar. Humph, you're finally here. Ji Xian from the Blood Dragon clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said, "It seems like you're just an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. You can't even be considered a prodigious disciple. How dare you enter the Tidal Temple to participate in the trial of a titled Celestial Lord when you're so weak? You're seeking death. If it weren't for our partnership, you would have died by my hands." Naturally, Ji Xian assumed Duan Lingtian was weak when he saw Duan Lingtian was the last to leave the altar. Otherwise, he would not have taken so long to leave the altar. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ji Xian indifferently before he said unhurriedly, "You can try." It was not difficult for him to guess Ji Xian's thoughts. "Sure, I'll try. I'm not afraid of you." Ji Xian sneered. "Since we're already here, there's no need to keep the number of people here at 5. I only need to kill 2 more people before I can leave this place. After killing you, I only need to kill 1 more person to leave this place and obtain a title." As soon as Ji Xian finished speaking, His blood chi surged out of his body. A violent aura surged out of his body. Bang! Following a loud explosion, the altar beneath Ji Xian's feet completely exploded. Cracks spread out like a spider web, unstoppable. Buzz, 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 buzz. As Ji Xian charged toward Duan Lingtian, blood-red saber auras formed around his body, emitting a bloody aura. At the same time, a chill that seemed capable of freezing thousands of miles spread out from the blood-red saber auras, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by a few degrees. Die. As Ji Xian attacked, a saber flew out from his palm. The blood-red saber aura that emitted a cold aura merged with the saber in his hand. Buzz. An earth-shattering saber cry rang out. Ji Xian's saber moved, carrying with it a destructive aura as it whizzed toward Duan Lingtian. At that moment, it seemed like the only thing left on the altar was this saber. Meng Haoshuan stood to the side, his expression changing slightly. He wanted to stop the battle, but when he opened his mouth to speak, he realized that it was already too late. As for the other two people, they were weaker. When they sensed the power of Ji Xian's saber, their expressions changed slightly, and they retreated far away. At this moment, they realized the gap between their strength and Ji Xian's. Ji Xian was so strong that even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Revert to your true form, Duan Lingtian said indifferently in the face of Ji Xian's saber. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his 99 heavenly veins. The profundities from the law of space merged with his celestial origin energy and surged out in all directions. The mysterious teleportation profundity teleported a small portion of Ji Xian's attack away. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his right hand, and a 7-colored sword ray rose from his palm. It transformed into a 3-foot-long sword that shone with a 7-colored radiance before he swung it out. The 7-colored sword ray that was covered in a layer of gray swept through the air and merged with the 9 cross-dimensional profundities that shot out from the spatial rift to meet Ji Xian's saber. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A soft sound rang in the air. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's sword ray split the blood-red saber ray into two. Boom. Rumble. The energy from the blood-red saber ray had completely erupted before it even touched Duan Lingtian. However, it only caused the 7-colored sword ray to dim slightly. Swoosh. After breaking Ji Xian's attack, the 7-colored sword ray continued to charge toward Ji Xian. How powerful! Meng Haoxian, who had thought Duan Lingtian would be at a disadvantage, was stunned when he saw this. Earlier, Duan Lingtian was the last to appear on the altar. Like Ji Xian, Meng Haoxian had thought Duan Lingtian was the weakest among the 5 of them. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's attack, he knew he was wrong. Ji Xian was also wrong. Roar! A hint of fear flashed in Ji Xian's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword ray. Then, he let out an ear-piercing dragon's roar that was filled with exasperation and anger. End of chapter. Chapter 3291. As Ji Xian produced a deafening dragon's roar, his entire body became illusionary. Afterwards, he directly turned into a wriggling dragon that was over 10,000 meters long. This mystical dragon was covered in blood-red scales from head to toe. It was filled with the smell of blood. On each of its claws, there were 9 sharp claws that shone with a piercing cold light, as if they could tear everything apart. A 9-clawed blood dragon. Meng Haoxian and the 2 spectators widened their eyes in shock when they saw Ji Xian in his true form. In the Devata realms, a 9-clawed divine dragon was considered a top celestial beast. If there were no accidents, it could become a 10-direction celestial emperor. However, it was extremely difficult for a 9-clawed divine dragon to become a god. Generally speaking, only the legendary 10-clawed divine dragon had a chance of becoming a god. On the other hand, a 10-clawed divine dragon was no longer a celestial beast but a divine beast. The 10-clawed divine dragon was on par with the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. However, unlike the Phantom Fox clan, which was a grade 1 force in the Devata realms, the The Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was a rare existence in the Phantom Fox clan. On the other hand, a 10-clawed divine dragon would appear once every 100,000 years among dragons. Brat, I'm going to tear you apart. The 9-clawed blood dragon's blood-red eyes gleamed coldly. Then, the gigantic divine dragon's body trembled before it charged toward Duanling Tian at high speed. At the same time, the 9-clawed divine dragon's body leaned forward. Its sharp claws glinted coldly as it shot toward Duanling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian's 7-colored sword ray was dispersed by Ji Xian, who had transformed into his true form. A 9-clawed divine dragon? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw the 9-clawed blood dragon charging toward him. Once a 9-clawed divine dragon became a celestial lord, its claws would be comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Once a 9-clawed divine dragon became a celestial emperor, its defensive scales would be comparable to a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon. The 9-clawed divine dragon was considered a top celestial beast among top celestial beasts. It was said that the 9-clawed divine dragon comprehended the laws very quickly. Swoosh, swoosh, chi, chi, chi. As the 9-clawed blood dragon's body danced, the whole world seemed to be covered in white snow. The void froze, and an ice curtain appeared. Duanling Tian, who had just teleported to another location, was immediately frozen. It was as if he had turned into an ice sculpture. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 2 extremely cold rays of light shot out from the 9-clawed blood dragon's sharp claws. They turned into 2 icicles in the void and headed straight for Duanling Tian. Break! Duanling Tian's mind flickered. Space energy surged on his body. The magnetic storm burst out and broke the ice that had sealed him. However, although the ice was shattered, it continued to condense rapidly, as if it wanted to Duanling Tian to be trapped here. Your comprehension of the law of ice isn't bad. However, that's all. As Duanling Tian spoke indifferently, he teleported away from the frozen area. He crossed a distance of 10,000 meters and appeared extremely far away. The teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. Meng Haoshuan and the others could see that Duanling Tian's comprehension of the law of space's teleportation profundity had reached the mastery stage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape from Ji Xian's ice shackles. This was because the ice shackles contained the ice shackles profundity to the mastery stage. After all, the mastery stage of the ice shackles profundity was not something that someone who had comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage could escape from. Is that all you've got? After Ji Xian transformed into his true form, he was indeed very strong. He was comparable to Lu Jian, the disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, in front of Duanling Tian, this little bit of strength was nothing. After all, even Lu Jian had been killed by him. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Ji Xian roared and attacked again. His body, which was more than 10,000 meters long, seemed to blot out the sun as he charged toward Duanling Tian. Let's end this. Duanling Tian's eyes turned cold. He no longer held back as the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand flashed. He used all the profundities from the law of space that he could. Swoosh! The rainbow-colored sword light flashed out again with a grayish light. Wong, 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 wong. 9-dimensional profundities shot out from the 9 spatial rifts and followed the 7-colored sword ray like a shadow. The power of Duanling Tian's attack was unprecedentedly terrifying. Ji Xian, who was facing Duanling Tian's attack head-on, narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, his 10,000-meter-long body began to tremble uncontrollably. However, even though Ji Xian realized how terrifying Duanling Tian's attack was, he did not sit still. Instead, he used all his strength to fight Duanling Tian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. This series of vibrations rang in the air as Ji Xian's body rotated in a flat surface. Then, a blood-red formation seal appeared in the air and shrouded his body. In the next moment, a blood-red energy shot out from the formation seal. It combined with Ji Xian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of ice to meet Duanling Tian's ferocious attack. I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a technique up your sleeves. This technique must be unique to you as a nine-clawed blood dragon, right? Duan Lingtian's calm voice rang in the air. Based on Ji Xian's current strength, he was slightly stronger than Lu Jian. But, so what? His strength was not just a little bit stronger than Lu Jian's. Boom. Rumble. When Ji Xian's attack collided with Duan Ling Tian's attack, it was as though a violent earthquake had occurred in the altar space. A powerful shockwave swept out, forcing Meng Hao Xian and the others to erect a celestial origin energy shield to protect themselves. No. Their expressions turned grim as they watched the battle between Duan Lingtian and Ji Xian when a voice filled with despair rang in their ears. The voice was filled with regret and unwillingness. The owner of the voice was none other than Ji Xian. Swoosh. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of Meng Hao Xian and the others, the seven-colored sword ray easily penetrated Ji Xian's head and destroyed his soul. Buzz. 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 The 9 cross-dimensional profundities sliced Ji Xian's body into 10 pieces before they crashed onto the altar, causing it to shake violently. Ji Xian, the prodigious disciple of the Blood Dragon clan, a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beast Heaven, had died. How powerful! Meng Hao Xian only regained his senses after Ji Xian's death. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at the purple figure hovering in the air. Previously, he had never thought that this ordinary-looking purple-clad youth would have such terrifying strength. Earlier, when Ji Xian had attacked with all his might, he had even asked himself if he would be able to escape unscathed if he faced Ji Xian's attack. The answer was no. However, not only had the purple-clad young man defeated Ji Xian's attack, but he had even killed Ji Xian. Swoosh. The seven-colored sword ray returned to Duan Lingtian's hand and merged with Duan Lingtian's body. From the beginning until the end, Meng Hao Xian and the others had thought the seven-colored sword ray was Duan Lingtian's emperor-grade celestial weapon. After all, ever since Huang and the Seven Orifices exquisite sword had become one, Huang had been able to disguise it as an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Let alone Meng Hao Xian and the others, even if a titled celestial emperor was present, Duan Lingtian would not be able to tell that the Seven Orifices exquisite sword was a god-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, even though your cultivation base isn't high. Meng Hao Xian exclaimed as he stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian after Ji Xian collected Ji Xian's spatial ring, celestial weapon, and corpse. Not bad. You're slightly stronger than Ji Xian. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ji Xian's corpse in the spatial ring with satisfaction before he regained his senses and responded to Meng Hao Xian with a smile. The corpse of a celestial lord nine-clawed divine dragon was full of treasures. It could be used to forge offensive emperor-grade celestial weapons. With other materials, it could even be used to forge defensive emperor-grade celestial weapons. In terms of value, all the items in Ji Xian's spatial ring might not be worth as much as the corpse. The corpse of a nine-clawed divine dragon could be used to forge offensive emperor-grade celestial weapons from its claws. Duan Lingtian, there's something strange about this altar. We still haven't found a way to leave this place. Do you have any ideas on how to leave this place? Meng Hao Xian's lips twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly changed the topic. Upon hearing Meng Hao Xian's words, Duan Lingtian began to scan the altar with his divine consciousness. However, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. Sister water. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to consult the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. To him, the world-cleansing divine water was like an encyclopedia. After all, the longer one lived, the more knowledgeable one would be. The test here is to break the formation. The world-cleansing divine water said to Duan Lingtian after observing the altar for a while. Break the formation? There's a formation here? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. There is. The world-cleansing divine water said. However, these formations are not offensive formations, defensive formations, or illusory formations. They're just formations that don't have any obvious effect. However, it is precisely these spirit formations that, when combined, are capable of preventing you all from leaving. You can think of these formations as a type of confinement formation. The world-cleansing divine water continued. Is there a way to break the formation? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It's simple. Under the guidance of the world-cleansing divine water, it only took about 15 minutes for Duan Lingtian to break the formation in the altar. Done. After the formation was broken, an open door appeared on the altar. It was dark beyond the door. No one knew where it led to. At this moment, Meng Haoxian and the other two were completely convinced by Duan Lingtian's abilities. Previously, the three of them had been studying the altar together with Ji Xian for a long time, but they were still unable to leave the altar. Now, it only took Duan Lingtian 15 minutes to open the door to the next stop. End of this chapter. Chapter 3292. In the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Blood Dragon clan was a branch of the dragons and was not recognized by the dragons. However, due to their strength and many titled celestial emperors, they were considered a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. After so many years of development, the Blood Dragon clan had grown stronger. In fact, they were even more terrifying than the orthodox dragons. The Blood Dragon clan was a mutated dragon. They were also known as the Fallen Dragons by the dragons. This was because blood dragons usually needed to consume a large amount of blood essence from celestial beasts to grow. They did not reject any blood essence from low-ranked celestial beasts to top-ranked celestial beasts. Until now, there had never been a 10-clawed blood dragon in the Blood Dragon clan. The one with the purest bloodline was a 9-clawed blood dragon. There were less than 59 clawed blood dragons in the Blood Dragon clan. It could be said that every 9-clawed blood dragon was extremely important to the Blood Dragon clan. Every 9-clawed blood dragon would be highly valued. In the Blood Dragon clan, as long as one could transform into a 9-clawed blood dragon, one would be heavily nurtured by the Blood Dragon clan. Today, in the Blood Dragon clan's soul hall, a soul bead placed on top of it suddenly shattered. The shattering of the soul pearl immediately attracted the attention of the Hall of Soul Elder. This soul pearl belongs to the Grand Elder's direct disciple, Ji Xian. The Grand Elder of the Blood Dragon clan was the second strongest person in the Blood Dragon clan. His strength was second only to the Patriarch. It seems like the Blood Dragon clan won't have a peaceful time in the near future. The Hall of Soul's Elder sighed. Then, he sent a message to the clan leader of the Blood Dragon clan, informing him of this matter. However, he did not send a message to the Grand Elder. First of all, he would only incur the Grand Elder's wrath if he hastily sent a message to the Grand Elder. It was better for the Patriarch to personally inform the Grand Elder. No matter how angry the Grand Elder was, it was impossible for him to vent his anger on the Patriarch. Secondly, in his opinion, the Grand Elder definitely had Ji Xian's soul orb. Since Ji Xian's soul orb had shattered, the Grand Elder would definitely have discovered that Ji Xian's soul orb had shattered. Perhaps, when he discovered that Ji Xian's soul orb had shattered, that Grand Elder had also discovered it. Ji Xian. Just as this thought appeared in the Hall of Soul's Elder's mind, an extremely furious roar suddenly sounded in his ears. It was like a thunderclap that resounded throughout the entire Blood Dragon clan's encampment. It seems that the Great Elder already knows. The Soul Hall Elder bitterly smiled. He could tell that this was the voice of their Blood Dragon clan's first elder. The Blood Dragon clan's Grand Elder, Ji Hu, was an old man dressed in a long blood-red robe. His curly hair draped over his back like a python. Now, he was hovering in the void, and his expression was as ugly as it could be. "My condolences, Grand Elder." Shortly after, a middle-aged man appeared. He was tall and burly, and his face was as fair as jade. His long hair flowed down his back like a waterfall, and he exuded the aura of a superior. This middle-aged man was none other than Ji Feng, the current clan leader of the Blood Dragon clan and the strongest person in the clan. Clan leader, you've heard about it? Ji Hu looked at Ji Feng. Yes. Ji Feng nodded. I just received a message from the Hall of Soul's Elders. What happened? How did Ji Xian die? Ji Xian went to the title temple with the third elder to obtain the title of a celestial lord. I've just sent a message to the third elder, and he told me that Ji Xian was in the title temple's training ground. Ji Hu's eyes flashed coldly as he said. In other words, Ji Xian died in the Tidal Temple's training ground? Clan leader, come with me to the Tidal Temple. I want to know who killed Ji Xian. Ji Hu said in a deep voice. Grand Elder. Ji Feng frowned slightly. Although the members of the Tidal Temple are allowed to know what happened in the training ground, they have a rule that forbids them from divulging what happened in the training ground to anyone. In the history of the Devata realms, very few people have been able to obtain information about the training ground from the members of the Tidal Temple. Ji Feng said, although it's rare, it's always possible. Ji Hu's eyes flashed coldly. I'm willing to pay a price to find out who killed Ji Xian. I don't believe the members of the Tidal Temple won't be tempted. Forget it. Ji Feng sighed. Since you insist on going, I'll go with you, Grand Elder. Based on the conversation between the two of them, it was clear that the people from the Tidal Temple were able to see what was happening in the trial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the 9-clawed blood dragon he had killed earlier was so powerful. Even if he knew, he would not have held back and would still kill the dragon. After leaving the altar, Duan Lingtian, Meng Haoxian, and the others arrived at the next stop. They arrived at a space that was also filled with great pressure. However, the pressure in this space was due to gravity. Once again, the four of them were separated. I'll continue to refine the vitality of the pine willow divine tree. Duan Lingtian was in no hurry to leave. He sat down cross-legged and refined the vitality of the pine willow divine tree under the guidance of the world-cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian only stopped refining the vitality of the pine willow divine tree when the gravitational force was so great that he could barely breathe. After leaving the space, Duan Lingtian thought he would see Meng Haoxian and the others. However, to his surprise, he found himself standing on a cold stone platform. There was no one around him. The stone platform was cold because it emitted a cold aura that made one feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. HM? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He saw a figure on the other side of the stone platform. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the figure. This was because the figure looked exactly the same as him from top to bottom. Humph. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and charged at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian thought that Duan Lingtian would use the law of space. However, to his surprise, Duan Lingtian did not use the law of space. Instead, he used the law of water that he had never seen before. 2 water tornadoes accompanied Duan Lingtian as they charged at Duan Lingtian. Is that all you've got? Originally, Duan Lingtian thought Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to his own. However, Duan Lingtian discovered that Duan Lingtian's strength was much weaker than Ji Xian's. Buzz, 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 buzz. Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared behind Duan Lingtian. 9-dimensional slashes whizzed out like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, reaping Duan Lingtian's life. When Duan Lingtian fell to the ground, Duan Lingtian was shocked to see that Duan Lingtian had transformed into another person. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this person. It was one of the 2 people who had entered with him, Meng Haoxian and Ji Xian. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, there were 2 loud explosions. Duan Lingtian felt the stone platform beneath his feet tremble. Only then did he realize that another stone platform had been connected to the one he was standing on. There was a person standing on that stone platform. It was Meng Haoxian. At Meng Haoxian's feet was another corpse. It was the corpse of the other person who had entered with them. At this point, of the 5 people who had entered, only Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian were still alive. Duan Lingtian? When he saw Duan Lingtian and the corpse at Duan Lingtian's feet, Meng Haoxian was shocked. He could not help but ask, before you killed him, did he transform into your appearance? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Me too. Meng Haoxian smiled bitterly. What the hell is this place? Why does it feel so strange? Now that the 2 of us have been connected to each other, could it be that you want me to fight to the death with you? That's a possibility, but not necessarily. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Let's see if we can find another way out first. Yes. Meng Haoxian nodded in agreement. At the same time, he sighed in relief. He could see that Duan Lingtian had no intention of attacking him. If it were before, he would not have dared to say that he could defeat Duan Lingtian, but he was confident that he could do so. However, after witnessing Duan Tian killing Ji Xian, the nine-clawed blood dragon, he knew that he was no match for Duan Tian even though he was not much weaker than Ji Xian. If Duan Tian attacked him, he would definitely die. Meng Haoshuan did not know that Duan Tian would not kill him unless he attacked Duan Tian. After all, he was Huan Er's father's junior brother. If he killed Meng Haoshuan, how would Duan Tian face Huan Er's father in the future? Apart from that, Meng Haoxian had also provided Duan Tian with important information that allowed him to find out where Huan Er's father was being held. In Duan Tian's opinion, Huan Er's mother was most likely imprisoned here as well. Sister Water. Duan Tian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water. He had been wandering the area with Meng Haoshuan for a long time, but he still could not figure out what was going on. Only one person can leave this place, the world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Tian nodded. Although Duan Tian had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but smile bitterly when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. In the end, he and Meng Haoshuan would still have to fight to the death. Do I have to kill him to leave this place? Duan Tian asked hesitantly. Not necessarily, the world-cleansing divine water said. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, I've checked for you earlier. The condition to leave this place should be that there's only one person left. However, the other person can hide in the small world of the remaining person and leave with that person. However, not everyone is willing to allow others to rashly enter their little world. After all, that is a very dangerous thing. You should enter his little world and leave this place. Although you're not afraid of him destroying your little world, there are too many secrets in it. It's not wise for him to discover them. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.